fine, and we did it. We are working really well during all the weekend. I feel good. It's just coming sick, and that's the important thing, no? Let's see tomorrow. It will be a difficult race. Everyone wants to push because it's the last one of the year. So let's see. I want to enjoy and spend these 2 races more with them, love, bring the fun team. That is my family and will be my family forever. Well, it seems we have the pace and we have the confidence, so yeah, I feel quite strong, so I will try to do my best and for sure take the victory.
That 136 flat then, enough to see Marco Morelli on pole, and as you mentioned, it was more than enough. He had had the second in his back pocket over Jesus Rios, and he's very much a new rider in form. About to step up to the Moto3 World Championship class next year, Connor with the Astar team, who's desperate to pick up another strong result with the MLab squad before leaving for Pastures New 2026.
Yeah, absolutely, and the way that he left off things in Barcelona last time out, and his terrific performance in qualifying indicate that could well be the case. He said it was a good performance in qualifying. It was actually great because 2 weeks ago, Adrian Fernandez in the Moto3 World Championship sealed pole with a time of 1:36.99, and that was a lap record, Chris. And not just Marco Morelli smashed that, but the entire front row did better.
Yeah, pretty outstanding stuff, it has to be said. Morelli, Rios and Uriarte all going better than the Moto3 race winner in the season finale just 1 week ago when the curtain came down on MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3 season. So expect an electric start to this one. A bit more accustomed to them in the World Championship stage. All 3 of them moving to Moto3. I believe, I think I counted 7 riders of our current grid are moving up to Moto3 next season. Max Morelli, he's going to partner Max Gilles at the Astar team. What a team that's going to be. Max Gilles, the Rookie of the Year in 2025 in the Moto3 World Championship. He'll be starting next season as the championship contender. Then, of course, Brian Uriarte, the star of JuniorGP in 2025, is also moving up with Red Bull KTM Io. He's had 4 races in the World Championship stage this year and has been impressive in all of them. Some of the other riders to go are Rico Salmela, who's in that battle for the top 3, currently T3 in the championship. Joel Esteban also in that fight for the medal positions. While Hakam Dani, Katie O'Gorman, Veda Pratama, Zep Atani also moving up. Jesus Rios is going to partner Nicola Carraro at the Snipers team next year, and then Adrian Cruces is another rider who'll make the jump up next season. All of whom have picked up some experience on the World Championship stage in 2025. So, certainly riders to keep an eye on. As is that one just on screen, Gavin Gonzalez, the number 11. A very, very fast rider on his day, Connor.
Yeah, absolutely. And just that list of talent that you just named, it's really proving how well the Road to MotoGP project is working. It's absolutely incredible to see this talent transferring over to the World Championship stage, and deservedly so.
Yeah, I said there were 7 riders. There is 10. Once again, my ability to count is failing me. Well, let's focus on the race ahead because we have 2 JuniorGP races coming your way today, and of course 3 title deciders, all in single race shootouts. But we'll focus on JuniorGP for the time being, and there's a little bit of history to be made for some of the riders. Marco Morelli, of course, is sitting P2 in the championship with an 11-point advantage over Rico Salmela in 3rd. He's going to be chasing a top 3 finish, and of course he'll be chasing a victory here to hopefully seal 2nd in the championship, which would be a first for the MLab Racing squad in the JuniorGP category. And of course, Marco Morelli was P2 in last year's European Talent Cup. So P2 in European Talent Cup, P2 in JuniorGP in the offing. Adrian Cruces, then one of the riders we said is going to be on that Moto3 grid next season. He has the green power. He's had an interesting year, has Cruces. He started off in the Moto2 Championship, European Championship that is. We've seen him in the Moto3 Championship as well, and now he's back here in the Junior GP class for one farewell race. So it's interesting to see how he gets on. 7th on the grid.
We did see as well his future teammate, that's the Super team for next year, Scott Ogden, in this paddock as well yesterday, Chris, didn't we? So, fans...
Yeah, we've seen a number of stars from the Moto3 class in attendance this weekend in Valencia. We've got Joel Kelso was spotted and spun a couple of laps with the M-Lab squad ahead of his move there next season. While we also saw David Almanza, who's been ever so impressive at the end of the Moto3 campaign. He's also in attendance at his home Grand Prix. Pretty sure there are one or two others out there, but they have evaded our eyes so far. Hakim Danis then on screen, the talented Malaysian rider who had such a stellar campaign in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. Only the one podium to his name in 2025 Junior GP category, but he's been brilliant in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, where he, Veda Pratama and Brian Uriarte went toe-to-toe for the title. There was Uriarte who stole a mark on the rest of the field toward the end of the season, or picking up a double win at the Red Bull Ring. Of course, Mizano as well, helping him seal that title. Hakim Danis picked up a win in Aragon in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, as well as a number of P2s for a top 3 finish. So, Hakim Danis, one to watch here, starting from the outside of the 3rd row, as is Casey O'Gorman. Casey, ever so impressive. Has not got that win yet. This is his final chance to get that win, with Casey stepping up next year with the 658 Motorsport team in Moto3.
Yeah, he has been extraordinarily impressive, especially in the middle of the season. He got that run of 3 P2s in a row in Magny-Cours and in Aragon. So now that we're back in Spain, maybe he'll be in with another opportunity here.
Yeah, he's also in the battle for the medal position. Just to give you a state of play, so Uriarte is our champion with an unassailable 199 points with 2 races to go. Marco Morelli then is on 133 points and on pole position here. He's got an 11-point cushion over Rico Salmela, who's on 122. And then it's Joel Esteban and Casey O'Gorman tied on 120 points. So 3rd, 4th and 5th are separated by just 2 points. Then of course, Victor in Barcelona, Jesus Rios goes from the front row, and he is just 11 points behind Rico Salmela. Leonardo Zani and Hakim Danis both have small hope of getting into the medal, but they need slip-ups from the riders ahead of them.
Let's take a look at our starting grid then. We've been praising him all morning. Marco Morelli on pole, and he's joined on the front row by Jesus Rios and Brian Uriarte. Behind them on row 2, we've got Gonzalez, Esteban and Zani. On row 3, Cruzes, Salmela and Hakim Danis. Then on row 4 is Casey O'Gorman, Veda Pratama and Julian Pugliese. On row 5, Mousi, Bellon and Belton. On row 6, Mitani, Michelon and Monognane. Third back on row 7, we've got Boggio, Ramastoffer and Brown. On row 8, Bomera, Nicolis and Singapong. On row 9, Uchiumi, Danielle and Farkas. On row 10 is Tietzi, Bertola and Schonrock. And at the back, row 11, Chouchot and Abruzzo.
So almost go time here as the bike comes past our commentary booth here for the warm-up lap, and it is Uriarte who's going to lead them around on this warm-up lap. Interesting race ahead, it has to be said. Morelli was the standout star from Saturday's action here in Valencia, and he deservedly goes to pole position. If he has any of that form that he showed last time out in Barcelona, he'd be looking for back-to-back wins here. But with the likes of Rios, Uriarte, Gonzalez, our 2023 Valencia winner Joel Esteban, Leonardo Zani, Andrea Cruzes, Connor, Rico Salmela, all of them are more than capable of taking a victory here. Let's not forget about some of the other riders who are starting a little bit further back, looking to make an impression too here this season. this finale. Who's your buddy on, Connor?
I'm not a betting man, and you know that well. But the likes of this talent on display on this track here at Valencia, it's so difficult to say. I mean, what we've seen from Marco Morelli so far. Morelli was so sensational in qualifying that I think he must be the favourite. I mean, half a second ahead of the rest. It's just been sensational from him all weekend so far. But now this is where the pressure is on. He's going to want that second position, and it's his last opportunity to do so really in this final round in FIM JuniorGP World Championship. What about yourself, Chris?
Well, I was just about to say, Connor, doesn't it feel so much better now to be off the fence and more relaxed? But I couldn't possibly give you a winner. No, Morelli has to be the favourite here, but you can't write off Brian Uriarte, who is just a mega talent at this level. The battle for that top three could throw up a couple of interesting rides, but I'll have to go with Marco Morelli as well. He's just so impressive in qualifying. But we know JuniorGP is ever so unpredictable. If nobody breaks away, then it's anybody's race. However, Morelli and Uriarte both have form operating away, so it'll be interesting to keep an eye on them over the opening laps. I then on the number 97, the Argentinian going from pole in the first of two JuniorGP races. The number 54, Jesus Rios going from the middle of the front row, the 51 of Brian Uriarte on the outside of the front row. And away goes the light. Revs are rising, and we are racing in Valencia. It's a superb start from Brian Uriarte, who goes straight into second place. But Morelli has got the dream launch from pole position, and the whole shot. David Gonzalo is about to throw one up the inside to get himself into the top five. But what a launch from Marco Morelli. He's already opened up a little spot. 2 bike lanes, 3 bike lanes. When Jesus Rios is going backwards, he's trying to fight back now against Joel Esteban, I think it is.
Yeah, Esteban got away really well there, but Rios just managed to catch him again there. But great start from Esteban. Pulled up to P3 for a while there, but we'll be seeing that battle with Rios, I think, throughout this race.
Yeah, absolutely sensational start from Morelli. Jesus Rios has recovered the podium position then from Joel Esteban. Uriarte slots into second, so they've all got a little bit wide there. However, there is no green, so it's allowed. Number 97, Marco Morelli then, is going to try and break away early here, just like he did in Barcelona. But Brian Uriarte is looking to get the hooks into him as well, and does not want to let the Argentinian run away with this. And the front two have opened up a big gap already to the rest of the field. Now, it is only lap 1 and there is a long way to go, but we have seen both of these riders have form in getting away from the rest of the field. Jesus Rios then over Joel Esteban. Well, next up, I think it is Rico Salmela, who is there. Going on the outside. Is he going to make that one stick? I don't think he's going to. Never mind. Joel Esteban's got to go back on the inside. Brilliant stuff from David Gonzalez.
Yeah, absolutely sensational from Gonzalez there, but these riders behind the front two are going to have to work together and not allow them to escape too early. And as you mentioned there, Marco Morelli is soaring ahead. Brian Uriarte is not too far behind, and this battle between Esteban and Gonzalez could prove very costly to their chances of finishing on the podium.
Number of riders going very
Ruth's getting involved there as well.
Turn 1. Well, this is all playing into the hands of Morelli out front. He's got, after 1 lap, Connor, a 1.4-second advantage over Jesus Rios in third position and 7/10 of a second over Brian Uriarte in second. So,
that's what we were saying all morning. Yeah, Morelli has been a class above here in Valencia this time out, and he's showing it time and time again in every single session. Marco Morelli has been absolutely sensational there. A bit of a wobble there, a bit further back.
Yeah. Absolutely, Morelli showing his qualifying pace here then was no one off blue. He is flying here in Valencia as they come through turns 9 and 10. Brian Uriarte and Jesus Rios have settled into P2, P3, but behind them it's all chopping and changing. Casey O'Gorman working his way through there. And I believe was it Joel Esteban? Oh, David Gonzalez.
So he's going backwards. Finished that lap on 4.
Yeah. David Gonzalez was passing. We've got yellow flags, turn left, but Gonzalez was outside that top 4 with Esteban. He is put himself going the wrong way here. He's got Leonardo Danny of the P Network near speed, and that pink helmet all over his rear wheel. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to the likes of Veda, Pratama and Akam Danny.
Yeah, not looking too thrilled in that asphalt box there.
Rico Salmela then pulls up alongside the number 10 of Adrian Cruzet and drives up the inside. And that's we lost here. Yeah, well, disappointment. Yeah, I believe that is Christian Daniel. Yeah, the number 7 out of this race. Disappointment then for the young rider. Yeah, tremendous disappointment. Yeah, that's another DNF for him this season. He's had quite a few. Yes, for a point, I think, by my reckoning. So hopefully he will be back in race 2 and get himself amongst the top 15.
Seems to have got a bit closer here to Brian Oriarty. That's very, very interesting to see. Rio's pulling away as well now, not allowing us to do any measure of comfort.
Yeah, Oriarty is now 1.2 seconds behind, and it's about to get worse because Jesus Rios makes the move. Brilliant stuff from Jesus Rios, and that puts him in second position, and I believe into the bronze medal position. It's good. I'm not going to trust my man, but
When the female direction gets like that.
Yeah. So Marco Morelli then looking to steal silver, but the battle for bronze is very much alive. Right, Uriarty. We're not used to seeing this from him. It looks like he's going to have to behind the number 54 here for a little while. Rio seems to have the superior pace. Is he going to make a move coming into turn 1? Yeah, what do I know, Connor? Never mind settling in. Uriarty fights right back, goes wide
very
again.
wide there.
Time and time again we've been seeing this. We saw it as well in the MotoGP finale as well, right? Running him wide at turn 1 plenty of time. So, a battle for second and third here, which is music to the ears of Marco Morelli. He's now got a 2-second advantage over Rio and Uriarty, and what? 3 laps in, 3.5 laps in almost. Huge advantage for the Argentinian.
And it's what we saw in Barcelona as well. Morelli really displaying the talent that he's got, really coming to his own. And in the second half of the season, it looked like adapting from the ECC wasn't coming too easily for him at the beginning of this campaign in 2025. Wasn't getting the results that maybe we expected, but come the second half of this season. The race 2 in Aragon, he's been on the podium 4 times in 5 races, including that with Misano and of course Gabriel last time out. So absolutely fantastic stuff. Something just clicked in that garage for Marco Morelli, and
yeah, well, of course there were some behind the scenes changes at the EM Lab squad after the opening couple of rounds along that. It's confirmed for Leonardo Amoruso. Yeah, that one of course, but yeah, the behind the scenes changes of the crew chief of Sancho Vicente brought over from MCI and the side helmet squad, of course, plenty of experience with Ayagura. It clearly has a positive effect as Uriarty and Rio battling in, going through turn 1 and Rio pulls onto second position, but going back onto Morelli. The uptick in force seems to coincide with the introduction of Sancho Vicente into the garage. So it's having a positive effect. But we've always known, as you said, Morelli is a fast rider. We saw that in ECC. He battled with Carlos Cano, of course. We saw Emilio Altamoda on screen just there. One of Altamoda's other riders in European Talent Cup, the reigning ECC champion is Carlos Cano. He won it in 2024. Morelli came second, and we saw the talent that was. And now that is translating into ECC. And of course, the Aspar team, known for picking and plucking the very best talent. Absolutely. Look at Max Gilles is in there, David Alonso is there, Daniel Gado is there as well. Currently having is there in Moto 2. Morelli is going to go into that environment, and you would have to say, or have to hope, that all the ingredients are there for him to thrive in that paddock in Moto 3 World Championship. That's frustrating because he feels now go side by side. Rodrigo Salmela and Casey O'Gorman both of whom started on the third and fourth row. Salmela PA, Casey O'Gorman at the head of the fourth. Salmela, who does hold the advantage for P4 as things stand, but it looks like there might be a little move coming up here. Well, we see Uriarte reclaim second place from Rios. Salmela seems to have held on to fourth. As we get another shot of the 72 Arbox team, and O'Gorman now has made that move through on his teammate Salmela. So Uriarte in second place ahead of Rios. Casey O'Gorman ahead of Rico Salmela and Joel Esteban in sixth.
Yeah, these two Ashea Galicia riders really ought to start working together now to try and reel in Rios and Uriarte at least. I mean, for the time being, barring anything sensational, Marco Morelli is running away with it, at least 3 seconds ahead.
Yeah, Marco Morelli is on another planet right now. He has been for the majority of this weekend. He was, of course, on another planet. Everybody else in race 2 in Barcelona. He only just missed out on the race. Came fourth, but he just missed out on the race victory in race 1, of course, up in the circuit Barcelona, Catalunya, with Jesus Rios pulling off his last lap move and Morelli running wide, allowing some of the other riders to barge on through. Casey O'Gorman has a little look down there. Something's gone wrong for the Irish rider. He's back in 8th position. He was running in 4th just a couple of corners ago. He ran it wide coming out of, was that turn 12, I think? And he had a little look down to his right hand side. So is there an issue? So here we go. The standing. See Uriarte, of course, the champion, but Morelli will take second place if things remain as they are. Rico Salmela is still holding on to third position with his P4, but Joel Esteban is right behind him in both the race and the championship standings, and they all run wide there. Is that going to shake things up? Not quite, as they all hold on to third position, but it looks like second is going to be wrapped up, provided there are no frills and no dangers for Marco Morelli, and then the battle for bronze will go down to the season finale later this afternoon.
Something that could shake things up is a long lap penalty for Rico Salmela there. See what that does to this.
Yeah,
with 10 laps
that
to
is
go.
going to change things up. We've also got a yellow flag back at turn 2, which brings you an update of who has gone down there or gone wide once we know. It's a long lap penalty though for Rico Salmela. He's running in 4th position, currently P3 in the championship standing, but that would drop him behind the likes of Joel Esteban and further away from Rios and Morelli. So he would lose that bronze medal when he comes out of the long lap penalty. He would then be quite the comeback ride to get himself back into top 3 position by the end of this race. Leo Rammersdorfer then, unfortunately, out of this race.
Yeah, tremendous prestation for him. And we are back at the front with Marco Morelli. The wonderful top head that really underscores the difference in his riding there. There it is from the 3.749 seconds of a gap between Morelli and Uriarte, who is still engaged in this battle with Rios. Very interesting to see a bit further back exactly where Salmela does end up, and it does mean that his chances of getting that all important but ever elusive win, well, there's a real dent in the possibility of that for Salmela. Goodbye to juniors ahead of
I am just now on the battle for 10th veda pratama Indonesian rider, another rider who's going to make the step up to Moto3 next season, leading to the Open PAC. Tentangrace, Sullivan mounting in that group of 4. Tentangrace, of course, will also step up to Moto3 with the 100 veda next season. Two very, very talented riders coming from Asia. Tentangrace pretty impressive in his appearances in Moto3 Championship season. Salmela comes out into long lap penalty. Yeah, well, it looks like he's got through no problems. It wasn't the smoothest of efforts, but that has dropped him back to 8th position behind Leonardo Zani. So that will move Joel Esteban. There you have it, Joel Esteban into 3rd, 3 points ahead of Rico Salmela. So the not much in it, it has to be said, and Salmela can display some of the pace he's already shown. You would imagine he can find his way back towards top 5. Long way to go in this race, yes, as we clock off another lap. 8 to go. To be a little bit more precise, Rico Salmela then hunting down Leonardo Zani, just ahead of him for P7. Are we going to see a move coming into turn 2? I think we are, and the flying spin sails through. We have to go Diogo and has retired now, which will be tremendously frustrating for him. Yeah, frustrating few moments then for the Australian Galicia team. Particularly the two riders. Oh, Rico Salmela out of his seat there. Can you take any more drama? Any more spikes in the heart rate down the Australian Galicia 0-0 box? Salmela long lap penalty and then nearly loses it a couple of corners later with Jason Gorman. Disappointment for the Irish rider. Now out of the race, and in all likelihood probably out of the reckoning. You never know what can happen though in race 2 later today. Will be of course among those podium contenders that have to be set. Mark Morelli though, will anybody be able to catch him? Never mind in this race, and what about this afternoon as well? Morelli is just on another planet here. Backing off 1:37.1 last time, 6/10 quicker than Brian Buriardi. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Morelli was a crazy ball horse. I don't give any more plaudits than what we have done already. He's finally broken that 4 second gap mark as well. So it's almost to the point now with Morelli up. Buriardi brought home to this year's JuniorGP Championship and did the Rookie Cup double. And let's not make no mistake, Buriardi is a phenomenally talented rider. We've seen that here from Travis Cup. We saw JuniorGP last year when he stepped up and he took wins, podiums, and constantly challenging, and he just continued his progression. But it's David Alonso, hello. There's David Alonso in as well. But it's almost a case of what could have been this year for the MLab squad. As Leo does go through an Uriardi, Morelli is recent form, just sensational and unrivaled. Yeah, it's been absolutely scintillating. I wonder if he thinks that maybe in some cases we made earlier, he could have been standing on that top step of the podium more often and more frequently, which would have been the most important thing at the beginning of the season, ahead of Uriardi. Yeah, I mean, when you compare his form across the first 5 races to the last 5, the first 5 saw him 7, 8, 13, 5, 9. Very, very respectable for a rookie, it has to be said. Pretty absolutely 5 in like the course. And then he got that podium in Aragon and he was all done. P3 in race 2 in Aragon, P1 Misano, P3 Misano, P4 in Catalonia, but only just missed out. He was in the race lead up to the final corner, and then he went and got that win in Barcelona, and he looked dead set here, 4.2 second advantage in a JuniorGP race, and he's dead set here for another race win. There is no plan B for Marco Morelli. Plan A seems to be working pretty well for the Argentinian. Yeah, Brian Uriardi now ahead of Jesus Rios again. Yeah, I think we were just thrown a little bit by the graphic on the left-hand side. Nearly caught us out, but don't worry. Brian Uriardi and Jesus Rios, as they have been for the majority of this race, still battling for P2, 4.5 seconds or so behind Marco Morelli. Which, as we mentioned earlier, is costly to both of their opportunities to finish on that top step. If they weren't battling so much, maybe they'll be able to keep up with the pace that Marco Morelli is setting. Unlikely, given the velocity that the Argentinian is displaying on the track here in Valencia. Aside from the honour of finishing P2 as well, which both riders will want to do as they are competitors, it would be more valuable in the context of the championship, of course, to Jesus Rios, who is hoping to get himself among those 11 positions. 11 points behind Rico Salmela coming into this race. I'm not going to do the quick math in my head because I have failed too many times before. But Joel Esteban currently sits in P3 and Esteban is running in P4 and under pressure here has to be said from both David Gonzalez and Adrian Cruzes, and the pressure does tell. David Gonzalez does take P4 off the hands of Esteban,
So that will affect that battle for bronze medal, and Jesus Rios is gaining ground above Rico Salmela and Joel Esteban, who he started 11 and 9 points behind before lights out went on this race. So if he can get himself up into P2, there's 4 points on offer here, as well, of course, as a podium, second place finish. But 4 big points, it would have to be said, to get himself into the battle for bronze and make it a real three-way shootout in race 2. Joel Esteban, is he going to fight back here on David Gonzalez? Nothing going for him through turn 4 nor turn 5. What about turn 6? Angel Nieto corner. Are we going to see the 78 drive up the inside? No, he's too far back. So nothing going for Gonzalez. Just has this one covered. There are more opportunities coming up. Nothing yet, but Brian Muriarty going to flare up the inside of Jesus Rios. This is a great battle, and I tell you what, Connor, these two keep taking chunks out of each other. This battle for P2 and P3 between two riders could potentially become a 5-rider shootout.
Oh, there goes Rios on the inside there. Absolutely, it could. Don't rule out Adrian Cruz as well. It was just behind David Gonzalez and Joel Esteban there. Very much biding his time to make his move, but on a circuit as complicated as this one, so difficult to make over things, all who are awaiting any errors to pounce upon by your rivals on the track.
Yeah, currently these two have about a 2.5 second advantage over the trio of riders behind them. And we're taking a look at the lap times coming over, 1:38 flat, 1:38.1 from Rios and Uriarty. Uriarty fires himself back in. And then 1:37.8, 1:37.7. So similar lap time from these two groups. That's not going to help the chasing group behind though, and they all run it wide. So maybe they just don't have the pace as they keep taking chunks out of each other as well. But Uriarty and Rios are still battling away for the silver medal here in race 1 in Valencia. You might be asking, if you just joined us, where is Marco Morelli? There he is, a good 5.3 seconds ahead the race leader. The number 97 is just on a whole other level today.
Yeah, almost impossible to keep him in the same shot there. And we've just seen at the other side of that, further behind David Gonzalez, Adrian Cruz and Joel Esteban, Rico Salmela is currently one of the fastest riders on track, one of only 2 riders who broke into the 1:37s alongside Marco Morelli. So despite that long lap penalty, he's going to be edging closer and closer to this group who are battling it out for P3 and could very much still stand on the podium with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, and almost as if to emphasise your point, just a moment ago it was possible to see Marco Morelli in the same start. We had a brilliant shot coming through 9 and 10 thereof, which really just underscored and highlighted the difference between the riders here in race 1. There we go, another one, the number 97 already approaching turn 1 as the rest of the field come out of the final corner. Morelli then 3 laps to go. He can not ease off, but he can take it steady and make sure there are no mistakes as he looks to deliver another victory in the JuniorGP campaign and wrap up the silver medal in this year's championship. Taking a look at some of the other riders from across, that's number 13, Adam Standing, riding in a lonely 9th place. Veda pratama then at the head of the group with the 8, Tani and Mounty.
Yeah, the battle further back. It was always going to be tougher when you're in the middle of the pack, trying to get out of it, trying to pull away, but looks like they're settled into a bit of a rhythm, these riders further back now. They're engaged in their own battle. We also saw Adrian Cruz in there maybe 2 earlier on. David Gonzalez, he's now moved up to 5. Is now chasing Joel Esteban for P4.
An excellent outing this weekend from Cruz, who has had plenty of experience riding different bikes, so to come here in the JuniorGP category in the final weekend and put in a performance like this, pretty stellar stuff before he moves up to the Moto3 World Championships next season. We're going to see a move here. Dono Baggio and Endo Ballon battling here for the final point scoring place.
And anyone in this group could claim that.
Yeah, exactly. Marco Morelli already done with another lap.
4 seconds until anyone else appears on the screen. That's the extent to which Marco Morelli is running away with this opening race in JuniorGP here in Valencia.
Yeah, sensational stuff. Rios leads over the line out of the final corner, but as we've seen a couple times already, Brian Uriaki dived up the inside into turn one. Joel Esteban still at the head of this group. Well, Andrew Sanchez did of course make a move, but Esteban has gained that. Rico Salmela then in the background, the number 27 served a long lap penalty. Closing in, but it might just be a little bit too late for him to make a move on the guys ahead. He's got about a 9 seconds or so to catch Leonardo Zani ahead of him, and Adrian Cruiser, excuse me, not Zani, Adrian Cruiser and Gonzalez. Leonardo Zani running behind Salmela, the number 57 in the cage. So a reminder then that this battle for P4 does have some larger consequences. Joel Esteban currently in the bronze medal position, but if he was to concede some points, chiefly to the riders behind him, Rico Salmela,
He's getting a lot closer,
yeah,
isn't he?
He is. Rico Salmela came into this race in that bronze medal position. Things are currently 3 points separating them, so any switches here could have larger consequences in the context of title race or championship standing. Sam Gonzalez is going to make this move. Indeed, there's only 2 points behind them rather than 3. So any move is crucial, and David Gonzalez is making one. Has he made that one stick? He has indeed. So now there's just 1 point between them. Scratch that, because Adrian Cruces has also gone through on Joel Esteban. What about at turn 1? Brian Uriaki's gone back in front of Jesus Rios. 2 abreast. Cruces now leading Esteban. Out of shape there coming into turn 1, but manages to stop it. Not in, going a little bit wide, but holds on to 4th position, and all this has brought Rico Salmela back into play, and he has picked up Adrian Cruces for 5th position.
Yeah, this is chopping and changing all the time, both on our timesheets and in the live championship. Rios there moving up to P2 briefly. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what goes on in this final lap, but this is going to be exciting from start to finish, Chris.
Yeah, 2 big battles unfolding here on the last lap. The battle for the podium and the battle for 4th, which has consequences in the championship standing. So Rios is in P2 and Esteban leads this battle. Rico Salmela is in 6th with David Gonzalez sandwiched in between them. Adrian Cruces in tow as well. Will these riders make a move late on? There are a couple opportunities left, but as Esteban cruises around 9 and 10 with the advantage. What about in the battle for second? It looks like Rios still leads over Uriarte, but you better believe there is going to be a move coming. Marco Morelli has got this one sewn up. He's coming around the final corner, and he is going to win. What about here? There's a few riders wide. Look at Rico Salmela. He goes into 5th position with a ballsy move past David Gonzalez, the number 97. No frills on him. He is brilliant today, and he takes back-to-back victories. Who is going to take second place? Is it Rios? Is it Uriarte? It's going to be a photo finish. It looks like it's Uriarte. And Joel Esteban Gonzalez. It's Rico Salmela who gets 4th position ahead of David Gonzalez, and Joel Esteban, after all of that, is shuffled back to 6th position. So, catch your breath. Brilliant last lap. Marco Morelli wins in emphatic fashion, 6.1 seconds over his closest contender, which was Brian Uriarte, who had 9 thousandths of a second to spare over Jesus Rios in that battle for P2. It all came up tough for Rico Salmela in the battle for bronze. Rios losing out on 4 crucial points, and Salmela made a last corner move on David Gonzalez, Joel Esteban to hit P4. Gonzalez did, and Joel Esteban shuffled back to 6th after a breathless last lap.
It truly was breathless, wasn't it, Chris? Rico Salmela doing incredibly well after that long lap penalty to come through and fight his way back through what looked like a very, very difficult path, and did so well to seal P4. Absolutely incredible from the Finn. What a race he won. Now we'll have to wait and see what he can do in race 2 as well, but he's shown that he's capable of keeping up with the likes of David Gonzalez, Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruces. What a performance.
A wheelie then for Jesus Rios, and he celebrates another podium at his 4th podium of the season. Indeed, it's his 6th, including his victory in Barcelona last time out in second, 3rd place. ahead as well as Dano. Victory last time in Barcelona for him and Rios. Now he's got three. Very much enters the frame for that bronze medal. Rico Salmelo will hold on to it going into race 2 after all that late drama, but Rios just throws up on him. Well, Esteban loses a little bit of ground back in 6th. Casey of course, was also in the reckoning for a top 3 finish, but unfortunately, Invasion India rider has been higher within issued by such a thing. Brian Uriarte showing the class of a champion, that has to be said. Perhaps not at his imperious best as we've seen him many times this year. Uriarte dogged it out, toughed it out, became a real hit. Silver medal for Valencia Race 1 on the line. 9,000 seconds to be thrown a blanket over them. But what about this young rider here, the number 97, Marco Morelli, goes back to back. Race 2 winner in Barcelona, race 1 winner here in Valencia. In a row, and it was a brave person to bet against him. It was Archer. He has been all weekend. We mentioned it before the race. He had half a second to spare in qualifying. He was quicker than the Moto3 World Championship guys. There we go, celebration. Quicker than the Moto3 World Championship front row last weekend in qualifying yesterday, as were Uriarte and Rios qualifying. Sensational stuff from Mark Morelli. Let's take it. Good to see plenty of fans out in attendance as well here to see the finale. 1 week on from the MotoGP finale as well. As we see the live championship there and confirmation then that Uriarte 219 points from already. Then landing out to 23 points. So, wrapped up silver medal. Fair to say, one hand with 4 fingers on it. Top 14 finish in the silver medal in the 2025 championship is match for bronze. Well and truly alive in the field all the time then. Another brilliant outing from the young Spaniard. Just came up the podium before his move to the Snipers team in 2026. We will, of course, hear from Marco already very shortly once he's done debriefing with the Grade M Lab team. Here are some of the key moments then from opening race up the race line. Up inside, the photo finish. Look how close this is. Oh, 9,000th of a second. That's what that looks like. Absolutely sensational stuff from those 2 riders. While Rico Salmela has to be mentioned, superb ride. May not have got any silverware in race 1, but he came through the long lap penalty and battled his way back to 4. So he holds on to the championship for the time being. So, without any further ado, race 1 belongs to Marco Morelli. Here we are seeing now down with Connor.
That's right, Chris. Marco, you were absolutely incredible yesterday sealing pole, and today you've shown us just how brilliant you are again. How do you feel to take this win?
Yeah, it's amazing. We did a fantastic job yesterday. It's true, we did a super lap in the qualifying, but from all the weekend we had a good pace, and I feel quite strong with the bike. It just comes easy now, and this is a good thing. I don't need to push as hard as sometimes I did. So when you are in this situation, it's quite easy to go fast, no? And today in the race, and I tried to do a good start. I did it. I arrived first on the first corner, and I can do all my best during all the race. And yeah, we take the victory. I'm super happy. Thank you for the team, and finish like this is super nice, because as I say, this weekend is my last 2 races with them, with Emerald Junior team, and I only remember all the great things we had together. So yeah, one more, and let's see if we can do the same. Thank you.
Ayer hiciste una quali impresionante y hoy has hecho una carrera, la primera carrera del día, y también ha sido fenomenal. ¿Cómo te encuentras después de habernos enseñado todo eso?
No, muy contento. La carrera fue muy complicada, pero por ir solo, al final había un poco de viento, era un poquito difícil en el primer sector, pero nada, me supe adaptar bien, hice una buena salida, me pude escapar y tirar, hacer mis ritmos desde el principio, y súper contento, la verdad. Nada, disfrutar estos momentos que son mis últimas 2 carreras con este equipo, y la verdad que siempre los llevaré en el corazón, y estaré eternamente agradecido por todo lo que han hecho por mí.
Congratulations.
It was perfection from pole for Marco Morelli in the JuniorGP race 1 from Valencia. The Argentinian started P1 on the grid, got the perfect launch, and opened up a significant gap on the opening and following lap over Brian Uriarte and Rios went wheel to wheel across the race in the battle for second, while a little bit further back to like Sam Gonzalez, Rico Salmela, Joel Esteban, Adrian Cruzes battled for 4th as Christian Daniel Jr. crashed out of contention. Jesus Rios then moving ahead of Brian Uriarte, but every time Rios tried to make a move, Uriarte had answer at turn 1. An interesting eye was cast then on P4, that battle having significant consequences in the medal position battle. Rico Salmela was running 4th, had to go through the long lap penalty. Quickly began working his way through the field again. Leonardo Dani Verde, number 57, powerless to resist the flying spin. David Gonzalez led this group with Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruzes for a period. Uriarte and Jesus Rios just kept going at it in that battle for 2. And again, Esteban was doing much of the front running in P4, but Rico Salmela closed up the gap on the final 2 laps, getting ahead of Cruzes, then striking late on both David Gonzalez and Joel Esteban. Fired himself into 4th position. The battle for raced on across the course of the final lap as the number 97 Marco Morelli brought home the victory. Brian Uriarte did win that battle for second by 9,000ths of a second. Rico Salmela in 4th.
JuniorGP, donde el equipo ganador ha sido el Veda Race, representado por Ben Baxter.
Podium celebration time. Ben Baxter of the MLAV Racing Squad, representative of Marco Morelli. Jesus Rios first out to pick up 3 medal. Brian Uriarte second in 4th, second place of the campaign, matching his almost matching 5 wins and 4 positions for Uriarte. Marco Morelli then picking up his 3rd victory of the campaign. The first of 2 races, of course, today, but what a moment for all the 3 riders to bid farewell to the junior category as they set off on later all of 3 world championships. 3 unbelievable talents.
Marco Morelli.
And finally, the gold trophy for Marco Morelli, handed out by riders who knows a thing or 2 about winning world championships. David Alonso in the 10th year to get the Moto3 World Champion. Now, of course, riding in Moto2 picked up a couple of wins. A wonderful rendition then of Himno Nacional Argentino. Played once again on the podium here, and that is a flawless execution from Marco Morelli in the race, and of course of opening the Prosecco there. Brilliant stuff, Connor, it has to be said, from Marco Morelli, untouchable in race 1, and he's going to be very missed in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the third time we've heard him in the last 6 races for the Argentina National, so absolutely sensational from Marco Morelli.
I think we need to start learning the words.
A 6-second gap there.
Yeah,
the 3 riders of the caliber of Moriarty and Rios as well.
Yeah, I think we need to brush up on our South American national anthems. Of course, Dan Alonso in attendance, the Colombian Moto3 World Champion, picked up a couple of Moto2 wins, I was going to say, this season in his rookie year. And maybe now, next season, the Argentinian anthem could play. Marco Morelli continues this form in the Moto3 World Championship. Victorious here today ahead of Brian Uriaki and Jesus Rios. Rico Salmela fought back to claim 4th ahead of Daniel Allen, Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruz. Leonardo Zani, Hakim Danish picking up the top 10 finishers. Also, Veda Pratama, he came out on top of that battle with Giulio Pugliese, Sullivan Mounties, then Matane, Enzo Milan, Dono Baggio, something point scorers, Bozzo, Monagnane, and Tess Santos. Just on the top of the team. Azul Giata Scacchi, Singapong, Dennis Pomola, Leonardo Abruzzo, Lucas Brown, John, Kevin Farkas, and Sotaro among the finishers here in race 1. Hazard, Ferrari, Tortala, Nancy Dom, Nancy Flores, Gunrock. Your Gorman, Christian Nancy Ramensdorfer, all retiring from the race.
And that means that the Riders' Championship is shaping up like this. Brian Uriaki with his unassailable lead, of course, followed by Marco Morelli and Rico Salmela. Currently P4, Joel Esteban, P5, Jesus Rios, who moves up 1 spot. Casey Ogon moves down to 6th, Leonardo Zani 7th, Hakim 8th, and Dab Gonzalez currently 9th. Then it's Veda Pratama in 10th, in P11, then Mitani drops down 2 spots, Giulio Pugliese in 12th, Leo Ramasdorfer 13th, Evan Belfry 14th, Sullivan Mountsy 15th, Dono Boggio in P16, and Leonardo Abruzzo 17th for the time being. Then yes, Fernandez 18th, Paulina 19th, 20th, Adrian Cruz moves up 5 spots there with his performance today. Lennox Famara 21st, Monigliano 22nd, Singapore 23rd, Enzo Bellon 24th, and Miguelon 25th. Nicholas in 26th, Lucas Brown 27th, and Kevin Farkas 28th.
Race 1 in Valencia then belongs to the Argentinian stars of making, the number 97, Marco Morelli converts pole to victory here. Superb performance. Can he do it again in race 2 later today? Or will the likes of Brian Uriaki and Jesus Rios have a day in the victory fight? Well, make sure you tune in a little bit later. We'll also have many more type deciders to come during the day. Next up is the European Talent Cup in about 2 minutes' time. We'll see you then. tarmac for one final showdown. 15 laps to decide the 2025 European Talent Cup champion. Just a week after MotoGP Valencia, once again, center stage, hosting another title-deciding finale at the iconic Circuit Chiara Formo. On a crisp November morning, the anti-clockwise 14-corner layout offers a fresh test for the start of tomorrow. A technical rhythm-based circuit that rewards bravery as much as precision. The cool air hangs over the track, but the action itself is set to burn hot as Carlos Cano and Fernando Bujosa prepare to battle for the crown. Just 11 points separate the duo as they line up for lights out. Momentum, pressure, nerves, raw talent, it all comes down to this. Last time out, though, Barcelona played host to just the single European Talent Cup race. Carlos Cano started from pole, but it was Lorenzo Fratelli who got the better launch. Tight contender Fernando Bujosa served it back from the grid penalty, but quickly began carving through the field as Anton Latifi crashed out early. Bujosa continued his charge, while Evan Boxberger and Alfonso Almeida also slid into the gravel. Bujosa soon reeled in title rival Cano, even passing the pole sitter to move into the podium places, but the Spaniard still had a long lap penalty to serve and nearly lost the front while taking it. He kept it upright only for disaster to strike shortly after crashing at turn 7. Cano looked to capitalise, and Fratelli, who had led most of the race, crashed out after a collision with Michael Sanchez in classic fashion. So the final lap became a scramble. Cano led out of the final corner, but it was Ramadhipa who launched a late charge, snatching victory by just 7 thousandths of a second. That was a maiden win for Team Norwegian. Cano in secured second, and Alvaro was in the podium. Cano, though, securing 20 crucial points as we come into the title decider here in the European Talent Cup. That's those 20 points, I should say, and him an 11-point advantage over Fernando Bujosa. So a costly DNF from Bujosa. Welcome to Circuit Ricardo Formo. 14 players on track. A lovely day for racing in November, it has to be said. I am Chris Short, and joining me as always is Connor Doherty for Title Decider here in the south of Spain. I think we can call it the south of Spain, southeast of Spain, maybe, Connor. But I'm very much looking forward to this one. Two riders who have been standout stars in this year's campaign, and it all comes down to
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real pleasure to be here with you in Valencia. I think southeast is probably more appropriate than south, especially when we've got racing in Jerez to enjoy in the real south. Southwest. Yeah, but as you say, it's absolutely sensational here in this decider. The curtain closer as well. So we're in for a real treat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is Fernando Bujosa who will start from pole position next year in the entertainment form.
In my career, I'm so happy. I make a perfect lap, incredible, and I feel very confident on the weekend in the ride. I was really hard for the year, and now tomorrow we'll fight for the win and improve everything. Tomorrow we have to think because I took us a little bit of point for the championship. I have a plan with my teammates, and well, tomorrow we'll see.
A 1:48.99 then from Bujosa. He started from pole position for the first time. And was the time to do it from the Spaniard. 11 points down in the championship. Carlos Cano, the reigning champion, holding the advantage and starting to, but Bujosa strike a blow, coming top of the qualifying group. 3 wins this season, 6 podiums in total. So just to run you very quickly through the permutation. So it's an 11-point advantage for Cano. So if Cano finishes on the podium, regardless of where Fernando Bujosa finishes, Cano will win the title. If Cano finishes 4 to C6, Fernando Bajosa must win. If it is C7 to C11 for Cano, Bajosa needs a top 2, while C12 to C15, Bajosa needs a big podium. That took me longer than I cared to and I hope it's correct, but I believe it is. There is also a tiebreak in place, as both riders have 3 wins. Cano has got 3 2, Bajosa has 2. So, if the situation arises that Bajosa comes second and Cano is in 7th, for example, then it goes to a tiebreak of 3. Who's going to win it, Connor? If it goes to that tiebreak, it's 1-0 Bajosa on the P3 count, so it will go to Bajosa.
As far as I'm concerned, you're the winner here because you've clearly spent all night looking up the rules and regs of the European Talent Cup. And I take my hat off to you, Chris. That is some honest work.
Yes, thankfully you don't need to actually rely on my mathematics during the race because we will have the live graphics standing. But those are the situations that take me longer than I have to say that, Connor.
We did just see the rider starting from P3 there, Alvaro Lucas, who is also a winner in upstairs screen in race 1 Jerez, and it's been very much one to watch as well, as has Alex Longarella.
Yeah, Alvaro Lucas just put on a very quick rookie match. Came out swinging double P4 first time out, took a win then in Jerez. Couple of podiums then in 94 and far top Siena, inside the top 5 nearly every race, top 4 even every race, and 174 back in Marzano. So sitting 5th in the championship, if we look into catch Leandro Ramadhipa, 7 points behind Ramadhipa in the bronze medal shake. Ramadhipa himself actually has the outside chance of catching Fernando Bajosa for second in this race. What is 50 points behind? So
we did just see Jaroslav Karpushin there as well. He's been on the podium 3 times so far this year in a real surprise package. I think it's fair to say.
Live wire has said Karpushin because 3 on the last one, first 6 game when he was starting, I think, very on the grade 18, I think it was. 23 off the top of my head, 18 on the grade 18 at 8 and 94. So, the definition of a Sunday rider, I think it's fair to say. Of course, that third podium, he started a little further up on the grid. So, one to watch, starting on that second row today, in the big second row. As you see, Andrew Ramadhipa picked up his second win last time out. On the second position that Cano that he came over the line. Andrew Ramadhipa currently is 3rd in the championship. So we are going to focus chiefly on the battle between Bajosa and Cano for the title today, as we look across the board, the rider. But of course, 3rd in the championship is decided as well. Andrew Ramadhipa still holds an outside shot of catching Fernando Bajosa second, as does Alex Longarella. However, Ramadhipa, Indonesian rider, is sitting in 3rd at the moment, 3 points ahead of Longarella, 7 points ahead of Alvaro Lucas.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that gets resolved here. 3 fantastic riders, all of who would be worthy of a P3 finish in the 2025 season. They've all impressed, and it's really going to be very interesting to see what happens here in our sole race in the EC in Valencia. We've seen a lot of fans over the course of the weekend as well, braving this November cold in the Calp.
It's not that cold.
It is quite cold.
It was a crisp weekend up until today, and as you can see, the sun is actually shining. It's quite nice out. However, it is cold in
It was very cold yesterday, and they said that qualifying was a very different state of affairs to what we're seeing today. It's much warmer out there on the track as well for our riders. So it's something for them to get to grips with. Yeah, hard to
You are not. Yes, so just about 5 minutes to go until we see lights out in Greta Swim going from 10 on the grid rider and that celebrating. You're celebrating. Count up. Take back European Talent Cup Championships.
It would be quite a feat as well from Carlos Sainz. And it feels like last year might have been a bit easier for him. This time around he's been pushed all the way, and credit for Jose for doing that as well. But Carlos Cano, a real talent for the future. Really quite spectacular. Has been throughout. And you have to hope that mature enough to be able to control this race. You have to finish on the podium. You want to secure beyond any shadow of a doubt that second trophy.
Yeah, Sean, he can do it before. Do it again, of course, the Jose himself. Phenomenal rider. Carlos Cano won it last season. Mark Norton already in the title. The year before that, Max Thiele was our European Talent Cup champion. We don't think the year before that, both of those riders now making their name at the top level in the World Championship. All those three riders declared. David Alonso, of course, the European Talent Cup champion, Ilan Guevara, Xavi Artiga, and Manu Gonzalez. So, there is certainly pedigree that has come out of this championship, and winners have all gone on to make a name. So, of course, one of those winners, David Alonso, is here in person.
Yeah, David Alonso in person, and he is watching on as we start in a row one from Jose, Cano and Lucas, row 2, Longarella, Cabrushin and Ramadhipa, and on row 3, Ornati and Galan. Behind them on row 4, standing in Prajo Will, Perez and Gutierrez. Row 5 is Almeida, Santo and Osorio. And row 6, Campos Borelli and Sanchez. Starting from P19, Kongsberger, and 20 McKelly, and 21 Miami on row 8. We've got Mandos, Spark and San Juan. On row 9, Ellis and Campos. On row 10, Garcia, Surfer and Tambourine. Those last two come through. It's the last chance race this morning.
Almost set to go then here at Circuit Ricardo. Going home. Warm up lap. Led away by the 18th race team rider of Fernando Mojosa. Carlos Cano pulling up right alongside him there.
Would not be surprised if there were mind games between those two. Any end could be all the difference here in Valencia. Now we have confirmation of the temperature 14 out there, 17 on track. I think very rarely in this championship is a warm-up lap needed in name.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Pirelli tires. Nice, even across here in that. So, around and around we go. Coming in, turn here, Spain, and go corner. So, it's going to be a very interesting one. All eyes on the number 69 and the number 1 at lights out. It's going to be typical TCC fashion. Fundamentally, I think, looking at it, Fernando Mojosa has no option but to win. Unless something drastic happens to Carlos Cano, you just know Cano is going to be there and thereabouts. If Cano is on the podium, it is game over for Mojosa. But if he opens the door ever so slightly and does not get that top 3 finish, Mojosa needs to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And both two riders who are in with a chance of claiming the crown, they're going to get away really well. They don't want to be dragged into any kind of battle further back. They need to be focusing on their own ride and ahead of the pack. That's going to be absolutely crucial here in Valencia.
Yeah, we've also seen it through both these riders are capable of breaking away from the pack. It's real. Victory.
Cano
broke away.
Tiring in that race.
Yeah, Bohota broke away from Ian and dominated. Race 2 then saw Cano and Bohota go wheel to wheel, elbow to elbow over the finish line. Unfortunately, goal for Bohota, who was disqualified later after the post-race. That is Bruce Coffey now championship standing. Now, we are about to go racing here in the time decider for the European Talent Cup. Fernando Bohota starts from pole position. A slight delay here as the red flag comes back out, but now all clear on the track. Safety car pulls up behind, the eyes are on the lights. And we are ready to go racing in time decider. Sunday Bohota gets the start. And he does tuck in front of Cano, but there's a long run down into turn 1. It could all change. Cano is tucked right in behind Bohota. Alex Longarella then getting involved as well and drops Cano behind him, so Bohota gets the perfect run through turn 1. He leads. Cano is dropped back to third position, but for how long? Not very long is it going to be. No, Cano was having a little luck up the inside of turn 2, but Alex Longarella now is P2. So, green start for Bohota.
Yeah, Longarella got away really well contracting with Alvaro Lucas, who found himself going backwards and didn't get away well at all. And this is absolutely perfect for Bohota. He's got a bit of a cushion now in the shape of Longarella.
He said it there after qualifying that he has a strategy in mind, and Alex Longarella does go wide but not back into P2. And Alvaro Lucas now puts Cano under a little bit of pressure. But Bohota said he has got a strategy with his team. What is that strategy going to be? Is he going to try and block up and slow down as he's lost the rider at the back? That's the number 4 of Gabriel Testini. Gone out. So what is the strategy for Bohota here, Connor? Does he slow the pace down and try and get his speed group and bunch up on Carlos Cano, or does he just try and break away and take the win? Well, it looks like he's going to try and break away.
I was just going to say, he said a fastest time in sector 2 and sector 3 there already, so very much looks like his plan is to break away as soon as possible. And now he's got 2 riders between himself and his title rival as Alvaro Lucas pulls through on Carlos Cano.
Yeah, so if you were to throw the checkered flag out after 1 lap, Carlos Cano is down in 4th position and Bohota is leading the race. So as things stand, he's going the way of Bohota.
Absolutely, Cano off the podium as well.
I know, but we are very early days here in what will be undoubtedly and absolutely ready your Talent Cup race. It always is, Connor. It never disappoints. But Bohota has got the green opening lap. He is leading, and there are now a couple of riders who slotted in between him and Carlos Cano. Just having a look to see where Edu Gutierrez is, one of the 18 racing team riders. He's a little bit further back, so he won't be able to help this thing out unless he gets a little bit of a move on. Edu Gutierrez is on the take it at the moment, yeah.
Well, the 2 riders between Bohota and Cano, we were singing their praises whilst we were taking a look at the grid. Longarella and Alvaro Lucas, both of whom have got a single win in their name so far this season. They've impressed and been on the podium more than once. They're not going to be easy for Cano to pass at all. We were saying how important it would be to get away well, and Cano simply hasn't managed to do that. But a rider of his calibre is more than capable. As difficult a track as Valencia is to overtake on, he is a rider who's capable of doing it. But there's 50-50 bike lessons between him and Alvaro Lucas there.
Yeah, a long way to go yet in this race. Just coming off lap 2. Cano by no means is going to be hitting the panic button just yet. I'm sure he's actually quite content with his position just behind the podium. There we go.
Coming up
Alex Longarella then moving to speed, and Alvaro Lucas pulled up alongside Bohota, and there you have it. It can all change in the blink of an eye. A reminder of how quickly things can change here. Alex Longarella is flying opening the door for Bohota and Alvaro Lucas, and it's going to be Bohota who reclaims the lead. So I would have to imagine this is a lead group of 5. Carlos Cano will be relatively content. He just needs to be in and around this group until the end. As things stand, you see it there, Bohota would win by 2 points. So at this rate, if this is our lead group, Bohota simply must win.
Stay single point in it.
Yeah, simply they must win. Cano has to get onto the podium to guarantee the title. If he is P4 or below, then the permutations come into play. Bahosa, of course there are lots of permutations in play, but the reality of the situation is he must win this race. Cano is tucked into this lead group of 5 riders.
It looked like he had made the move into P3 there, but just unable to make it stick, and Alvaro Lucas maintains his grasp for the time being on P3.
I think this will sit Cano down to the ground, that there are just 5 riders in a lead group. Even if he does become 4, 5, Bahosa still must win, and of course the likes of Alvaro Lucas, Alex Nogueira, Jansson Santos, taking the first ever win. They're not going to really care, I would have to say, about the title chase when the chance of victory is there on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that there is currently a gap of around a second between this lead group and the riders behind, but after a fairly poor opening couple of laps from Ramadhipa, he has now moved to the front of the chasing group and is trying to narrow that gap. You can see there. Getting closer.
Yeah, and it's
bringing them back into play.
Yeah, if they keep dropping these changes here, which naturally they will do, you would have to imagine that Ramadhipa has changed. Made it a larger group by 4 victories and 4 podiums as well. Nervous looking faces down in the 72 Hardbox team. They've already celebrated 1 title in the JuniorGP Championship 2025. That of course was Ryan Uriarte rounding home to Cup double. The Hardbox now has changed another title here today. And they're racing champion Carlos Cano for the good. And the Italian proposed Ryan has to say, unfortunately he's born. I think, he would be very happy to remain here until the final corner and then make a late lunge for those podiums.
Talking about lunges there, Alvaro Lucas on the inside of Alex Longarella. Absolutely sensational stuff. Have to remember as well that these two are fighting for the 3rd spot in the GC this year.
Yeah,
everything to play for. Drama is all over the place.
You have to say the number 46 for the number 46 race in motorsport racing. For obvious reasons, I believe, Connor.
I think we'll if
you were donning the number 46 to have a little bit about you, I think, particularly here where you see the face of Valentino Rossi watching down.
Let's go Cano into a podium position there in P3 as we go through turn 1 Asbar corner.
The horse is dangling up the side then of Cano coming through turn 2.
Just getting very, very close indeed in this lead time. They are beginning to chop and change. Now it is Alvaro Lucas who leads from Bahosa, and Cano now is on the podium and would, in this situation, secure his 2nd consecutive title. And there goes Lucas. Round turn 6. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Team, watch on.
Of course, they are in that battle for bronze, but they would love a victory to cap off the 2025 campaign. And what has been a really stellar campaign, I have to say, for Alvaro Lucas. There's another gem of a talent from the Moto Academy.
Cano now off the podium position as well, but it would require Bahosa to overtake Lucas if he were to claim the crown in the current situation. 11 laps to go. It's too early almost to talk about the championship, but I'm very pleased that our TV direction is leaving that live championship graphic up, because this could change at any point in time. The drama is palpable here.
It just goes to show you how close this championship is and has been all season. 11 points between the top 2 coming into this race, but as you can see, it can all change in an instant. Alvaro Lucas, though, who's doing the front running as Bahosa comes under a little bit of pressure from Alex Longarella and Alvaro, to remind you, both chasing the bronze medal, have an outside shot, of course, of getting second place as well. Does Bahosa pick up no point here today, but a long way to go in the championship. Yeah, there's Bahosa, big race in the beginning, but for how long? Alvaro Lucas hangs it around the outside of turn 4 and 5. And that is why the Aspar Academy has got Alvaro Lucas in their team. That is just brilliant, brilliant racing on the outside. Unfortunately, coming through the Angel Nieto corner, he can't hold on to the position. And Bohota has come back through. But Lucas is not going down here without a fight. He's got his nose back in front again, but he is hanging out on the outside line. He's going to take something special from there to get ahead of Bohota, and he just can't do it there. He's going to attack now from the inside. Is nothing going? He does attack on the inside, but it's going to be Bohota on the cutback. Bohota looking there to open the door a little bit and then get him on the cutback, but it doesn't seem to have worked for the racing rider. And now Bohota is chasing once again.
A real flurry of blows there from Lucas. He's looking at every available opportunity, going around the outside, going around the inside, which is where it eventually worked for him. And he found his way through there. Absolutely spectacular stuff from Lucas to forge his path ahead there.
Yeah,
now
I think this five-rider fight that was across the opening laps has turned into a larger group. Yanda Ramadhipa has brought a good 6 or 7 riders in his tow. So the likes of Ramadhipa, Ford, Sorio, Galan, Danilo Pena, Trevor Lewis, Kelly are all there. Impressive Lorenzo Kelly, who's on part of that BR46 Academy recently signed. Ever so impressive in the season round. Unfortunately crashed out in Barcelona. Running in that race.
Caboose has just got ahead of Carlos Canada, who dropped down to 5th. So that's potentially a concern for our reigning champion. Side by side they go. Sensational riding from 3.
So Bohota doing the front running here as we go up where we were around lap corner 8, as you say, with 8.5 laps remaining. Fernando Bohota doing the front running. This is exactly where Bohota wants to be, but he has been coming under pressure from both Longarella and Alvaro Lucas in this race. Lucas most recently, but he has shuffled back down to 3rd position. Yaroslav Karpushkin then the number 7 is ahead of Carlos Cano, the reigning champion. Yanda Ramadhipa, our winner last time out in Barcelona, on the heels of number 1.
Yeah, very much so. Like earlier, it could be concerning.
Longarella starting to cut you off, Connor. Longarella up the inside at turn 14. Longarella with the hold on, coming through turn 1 then. So you see how tight it is in that championship chase. One overtake of the position makes a world of difference in terms of the final standing, but we won't get too absorbed. That is Yanda Ramadhipa had a wobble out wide. Further back Bohota then at turn 2. Up through once again. That turn 2 become a popular overtaking spot as it always is. Maybe keep with Bohota. He's made a couple moves there now.
A couple of moves that paid off.
Yeah.
I think we won't get much too much on it, but as it stands, it is Bohota who would take the ETC in 2025 by 3 points over Carlos Cano. 169 for the 69 as it stands. This is getting very, very exciting here in Valencia in the season finale. Carlos Cano now does overtake Caboose to move into P4.
Yeah, Cano then just keeping it calm and steady. This is probably where he wants to be. If he can't see the race out, if he can't break away from the rest of the pack, I'm sure he's very happy with things as they are. Very much indication as he's quite right in turn 7 there. Alvaro Lucas making a move on Alex Longarella, but it's payback on the card for Longarella and not quite going through the turn 12. So very, very tight. This is what we see the front 6 riders. There's only about 6/10 second between them. And look at that timing from the inside there with that Alex Longarella. Big move at the final corner to retake the lead here.
Ramadhipa's looking for a bit of slipstream there as well. He has managed to get ahead of Karpushkin there. Ramadhipa coming in strong now.
Now here we
just
go.
behind Bohota, who's now dropped down to P4.
Bohota down to P4 and behind Carlos Cano. But for how long? Both of them went off the track there as Alex Longarella leads. Bohota got the wider line on Cano, so nothing going for him through turn 2 and 3. Longarella ahead of Lucas. Does Lucas fancy the attack from the inside? not going yet, but Bohota certainly does. He gets the place back from Carlos Cano, but as they stand, it wouldn't be enough to finish P3 with Cano in P4. But Bohota looks to get up
what a
the
move from
inside. Is
Bohota
that
there.
a 2-for-1 lead? It most certainly is. The number 69 suddenly back into the lead.
Yeah, and the end of corner is really hitting this.
Well, look at this for Keandre
Fantastic.
Ramadhipa taking the wider line there. Looked like he was going to bug them all off. Coming through 7. What a move that would have been from the Indonesian riders. But he does shuffle back behind Cano. But it just goes to show the ambition of the number 32. He's got a taste for victory already in the European Talent Cup in 2024. Winner last time out in Barcelona. There was also a win back in Magny Court for the Indonesian, and he will be hoping to get himself amongst the top 3 and challenge for the victory here once again. But it is Bohota leading over Alvaro Lucas and Alex Longarella. That has been the story of the race so far, with Carlos Cano in 4th. The front 3 have been battling and changing places as they change places from P2 and P3 once again. Longarella this time and Alvaro Lucas. And while all this unfolds, it means these groups don't break away from Carlos Cano. He's very content to sit in P4 for the time being.
For the time being, Bohota there as well with a track limit warning. So that could prove quite important with the 6 laps that we have remaining there.
Yeah,
Again, let's be right, they're very
very,
wide there.
very tidy. He does lose the lead, but only momentarily. And he strikes back at turn 2. And he's going to take off the green, Fernando. There's what, 5.5 laps, 5 3/4 laps going. Do not get yourself onto the green. A long lap penalty now would be devastating for your title chances.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to be throwing everything at it. I don't know if he's going to be too aware of that warning, given the focus he's going to be having to have in this battle with this originally leading 5. Now it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders involved.
Yeah, and just on that second group, we mentioned them earlier, Lorenzo Fratelli, the ever-impressive Italian in the LD to join the European Talent Cup. He's now at the head of the second group. So what is there between Fratelli and Carlucid? And now the 2/10 of the second tonight on the number 67. Very much gaining on Carlucid, and here's the Danny rider. So Fratelli is not out of this.
No, not at all. He started from P20 as well. He's moved up 12 places so far. With 6 laps to go, absolutely not one to rule out whatever for a podium or something more. You can definitely shuffle things up at the front and in the final standing of the ETC 2025.
Yeah, Alvaro Lucas then leading over the line into turn 1, but will he be out of it? He has a couple of 5 lengths advantage when he runs it very wide there, but he is still in the lead, but for how long? Turn 2, Fernando Bohota strikes again.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Bohota really delivering the performance that he needed to in this final race of the year. He's been leading for much of it, but he's not been able to lead comfortably whatsoever. Surprisingly, the pressure isn't being put on him by Carlos Cano, though. It is very much Alvaro Lucas and Longarella who are doing kind of dirty work for him.
Yeah, absolutely well put. It is bubbling over quite nicely as Bohota runs on to the red there, but he's about to cut. Who's position to get any from Alvaro Lucas? Lucas shows up the front wheel, but nothing going for the rookie rider around turn 8. That time, Bohota holds on to lead. This is bubbling over very nicely, Connor, it has to be said. Bohota is exactly where he wants to be. Cano is in a very promising position to attack, while the likes of Longarella and Alvaro Lucas, Keandre Ramadhipa all want to get involved in this as well. So I think we're set for a pretty grandstand finale to the 2025 European Talent Cup season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the races when you ask me who I think is going to win prior to a race, and I cannot give you an answer. When we've got riders of this caliber and the competition this close, it's just impossible.
Have you ever given me the correct answer before a race?
I try and stay on the fence as much as possible, you know.
A concerned look then from Emilio Alzamora.
Move ahead there.
A concerned look from Emilio Alzamora as he encourages his star rider Carlos Cano to get on with it. Alvaro Lucas has a big moment with the front end there, and that opens the gap for the 69. Fernando Bajosa to once again go through at turn 2. Lightning striking twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times now I think it is. He has made that move at turn 2 on either Longarella or Alvaro Lucas. There seems to be a little bit of a gap opening up then between Longarella, Ramadhipa in 4th position, with Carlos Cano just stuck in behind in the Asian indeed. There's quite a big gap opened up with 3.5 laps to go. This is going excellently for Fernando Bajosa. He runs it wide once again coming out of turn 6, but he holds on to the advantage. What have you got, Carlos Cano? The pressure is very much on the reigning champion. He's got Ramadhipa, race winner, ahead of him. And what is that? 6, 7 bike lengths then to make up to the top 3. So this is a big moment for Cano's title ambition.
Yeah, absolutely. What he's going to have to do now is manage that pressure. He is the reigning champion. There's a reason why. But he's got to show it now. He's got to demonstrate that he's got the maturity to deal with this situation that he's facing. The drama is palpable here. The excitement on pit lane. Absolutely incredible stuff with just over 3 laps to go. We're going round turn 14, the last, and we're onto the straight now. Can anyone take advantage of the slipstream here?
Lots of nervous faces down in the AT Racing team pit board, and as Alvaro Lucas has gone back in front. Alvaro Lucas has gone back in front, but guess what's coming up, Connor? It's going to be turn 2. It's Bajosa corner at this point. It's Dewitt corner, let's rename it Bajosa corner. He's gone back up the inside, Fernando Bajosa, and this is big. This is very big because there are 2 3/4 laps remaining. It puts him back into championship lead. He's under all sorts of pressure from both Alvaro Lucas and Alex Longarella, but most importantly not from Carlos Cano. But there's the door open for Carlos Cano. There's the door open. Is that the moment Cano now can reel in the top 3 ahead of him? Gander Ramadhipa going in a little bit wide, but he's got him on the cutback. Cano under pressure here, under all sorts of pressure. Ramadhipa gone wide again. Cano has slotted in behind the Indonesian, but for how long?
Yeah, this is getting very, very
and
dramatic.
Here comes Fratelli. Fratelli's coming through now. Cano under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, we said it. Watch out. He started from P20 on the grid. Fratelli now up to P6, 14 places, and he's really ruffling some feathers in this championship.
Oh, how are your nerves? There are nervous faces down the AT Racing team box, down to 72 our box team, up here in the commentary box as well. We are on the edge of our seat. Carlos Cano is running in 6th position. That means Fernando Bajosa, if he can get a victory here, Alvaro Lucas goes through for the lead though, but if Bajosa wins and Cano cannot get into the top 3, Bajosa will be your European Talent Cup champion.
We are seeing though that Bajosa is capable of taking the lead at turn 2, but he seems to be losing it to Alvaro Lucas every single time on that last corner at turn number 14. Adrian Campos.
Someone's gone wide there.
Very dramatic.
Very wide. And into the gravel there. I saw a bike flying off. I think it's Mr. Cubeles. So it's from that group chasing behind the Carlos Cano group. So I thought momentarily it could have been one of our front runners, but it seems our front runners are still here. Fernando Bajosa is back in the lead. 1.5 laps remaining. Carlos Cano with Fratelli into Ramadhipa. It indeed
Ramadhipa.
Oh, it is Ramadhipa who's gone out, and that is a big moment for Ramadhipa, and perhaps in the context of the championship, a big moment as one of Cano's rivals on track is gone. Does that open the door for him to get into P4 and perhaps catch Longarella or Bajosa or indeed Alvaro Lucas in this top 3? It's probably too much time. He's got Jaroslav Karpušin there now in 4th position.
It was very good to get another look at that crash as well, just to see exactly what happened there, because was there a bit of contact between Cano and Ramadhipa there? Ramadhipa as well, and just moved up to P4 in the standings.
Yeah, Ramadhipa, a real thorn in the side of Carlos Cano in this race. It means now there is one less rider in this battle for 4th position and 5th position and 6th position, meaning it's likely Cano will have a top 6 finish, which means Bajosa must win. It's as simple as that now for Fernando Bajosa. Win or bust. He is currently in 2nd. Is he about to be dropped into third position. Alex Longarella makes the move ahead of him on the last lap. Turn 2 coming up. We've seen Bohota do it so many times already in this race. Is he going to get 2 for 1? He's got the 2 for 1 once again at turn 2. Absolutely sensational from the young Spaniard. The number 69 leading. The number 69 only has 10 corners remaining, and he could be the European Talent Cup champion.
10 corners and a single point between himself and Carlos Cano. There's 3 riders here leading this race, but they're chopping and they're changing at every available opportunity. We've seen Alvaro Lucas take the lead. We've seen Alex Longarella take the lead. But the lead is what Fernando Bohosa needs if he is to be crowned ECT champion. He's currently ahead. Are we going to see a move here from Alvaro Lucas? Not quite. It's still Bohosa. But for how long? We're just going through turn 8 now, heading into turn 9 and 10. And it's still Bohosa who leads in the race and in the championship.
Half a lap remaining here in the European Talent Cup season. Carlos Cano is just dropped to 5th position, but Bohosa still needs the victory. Bohosa leads coming into the final sector. Turn 12, nothing going for Alvaro Lucas. What about turn 13? It's all going to come down to 14, isn't it? Turn 14, the championship could be decided at the final corner of the final race in 2025. Longarella just on the inside. Longarella sets the move. Longarella looks like he might have to win. Bohosa's got drive to the line. Alvaro Lucas is pulled up beside him, and it's not going to be for Fernando Bohosa. He is third position, and that means Carlos Cano is your European Talent Cup champion in 2025. Drama to the line in 2025. Fernando Bohosa, he led on the final lap. He got done at the final corner. Alex Longarella takes the win. Alvaro Lucas in second, but the celebrations are really down in the 72 Artbox team. He repeats what Max Chiles has done and becomes the 2-time European Talent Cup champion, the first rider to go back-to-back. Sensational race, Connor.
Absolutely sensational race, and what good company Carlos Cano is keeping with Max Chiles. He's a real star for the future. You can see what it means to serve as champion, but you've got to feel for Bohosa. What a race, what a performance he put in. And it was turn 14 time and time again that cost him. And that's going to be so frustrating because he was getting ahead, he was leading for the majority of that race. But Alvaro Lucas or Alex Longarella was just capable of edging ahead by the slightest of margins at the very last second. Talk about excitement, talk about drama, talk about the European Talent Cup, Chris.
Sensational stuff. We are just about catching our breath here in the commentary box because the European Talent Cup once again delivered another cracking race. But you have to feel for Fernando Bohosa. He did so well leading into the final corner. But Alex Longarella and Alvaro Lucas wanted to have their say. There is the number 69 disappointment in the podium. Finish on the final day, which would be scant consolation at this stage, I'm sure. Disappointment etched across the faces of the AT Racing team down in his lane. But what a moment for Carlos Cano, the latest F2 Hardbox star in the making, the latest talent from the endless conveyor belt of Spanish stars. Yeah, you can see disappointment under the helmet of the number 69. He was so close. He almost ran the perfect race. Alex Longarella then was the one to crush Bohosa's streak at the final corner, diving up the inside of the number 69 to run home to victory. Alvaro Lucas takes second. Team Carlos Cano, number 1 in 2024 and number 1 in 2025. The celebrations are in full flow below. Let's take a little listen in. beautiful van. P4 in the ETC finale. It opened the door for Fernando Bojosa. Bojosa just simply had to win, and it looked like he was. Tears flowing. Devastation down in JP Racing. Despite the podium, fallen just agonizingly short of victory, and victory that would have handed him the European Talent Cup title in 2025. However, he can hang, or he can hold his head up high because he has had station. He will have a very, very bright future in 2025 and go by. You would have to expect Bojosa with nothing signed yet for 2026, but sure will be the apple of the eye for many. As will Carlos Cano. Cano, of course, back in your Talent Cup despite winning last season. He does turn 16 in December, meaning he will take the step up next season. Alvaro Lucas, another Spanish talent then, the rookie rider, with an excellent outing here. Threatened the victory as much as Alex Longarella and Bojosa did. It was worn inside of Bojosa all race at the 7:52 in the end. The disappointment clear to see for Fernando Bojosa. In the moment, he'll be feeling all sorts of emotions of disappointment, but I'm sure as time passes in a few days, he has made some second European Talent Cup. And he's so close to winning it against the reigning champion Carlos Cano, who is just an outstanding rider with a big future ahead of him. And this is a winning move from Alex Longarella. Defensive line from Bojosa to try to lock out Alvaro Lucas, and that opens the door wide open for Alex Longarella. And then there was the drive to the line where Lucas hit Bojosa by what? 9,000? Oh, there was a photo finish between Longarella and Lucas. 9,000 of a second between them, with Bojosa 600 behind Lucas, 700 behind Longarella. Absolutely nothing in it. That was the moment Carlos Cano realised he was two-time European Talent Cup champion. The race is full slow for the number one, who remains the number one. What a bright future Carlos Cano has in front of him, and it has to say, racecraft during that race was absolutely excellent. Started into fourth position. It did open the door for Bojosa, but he kept his palm and tight. He didn't fall off the lead group towards the end and managed to get himself ahead of Carpucci, and he had the rapid sprint crash out in contention as well. This is the only issue he's really had all day, Carlos Cano, needing to get a lift back to Birmingham. The marshals on hand, as they do stellar job down here in Valencia. How about this? A way to arrive in style in your crowning race. Way to back and carried across on a chariot. And then bike back towards Park Fermi and pit lane. We will hear, of course, from the race winner very, very shortly. He'll be down with Connors, who has made his way down to Park Fermi. Racing on the final step of the celebration down in Park Fermi, and the final pictures are being taken down below. Alex Longarella is the race winner, snatching victory away from Fernando Bojosa at the final corner. And Alvaro Lucas made a late charge at the line, but only 9,000 of a second separated the duo. 7,000 of a second separated race winner Ian Ramadhipa and Carlos Cano on the line in Barcelona, and only 9,000 of today this time around. Talent Cup then, keeping up the proud tradition of extreme close racing. 2025 has a number of photo finishes already. Carlos coming across on his chariot in front of the commentary box, slowly getting around the Parc Ferme. Perhaps not the planned celebration he had, but I think it will matter very little. So, we can hear from our race winner, Alex Longarella. He's with Connor.
That's right, Chris, I'm with Alex. What a race. Last lap, last corner, and a photo finish. What a way to say goodbye to 2025 with this win.
Yeah, I'm very happy. The last lap is a crazy lap, and I don't have more words. This race is for my family, for my team, and the best position for the finish, the world champion.
Pues ha sido una carrera increíble, la última vuelta, la última curva y otra victoria aquí, vaya manera de decir adiós a 2025, ¿no?
Sí, la mejor forma de terminar el campeonato. Estoy muy contento porque se nos ha cruzado un poco las últimas carreras, unas penalizaciones, caídas y nada. Terminar así me da mucho orgullo. Y nada, muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti. Well done, congratulations.
Fernando Bojosa started on pole position in the title decider as Carlos Cano lined up alongside him. Gabriel Cassini was an early spoiler. Bojosa did much of the front running, but Alex Longarella and Alvaro Lucas got themselves into a position to attack. It was a five-way fight for the lead. Carlos Cano sitting in four. Jaroslav Karpushin also part of the lead group. Fernando Bojosa came under all sorts of pressure from Lucas and Longarella throughout the race, but always had a response ready for them. He was desperate to win. Win was what he needed to take the title. Alex Longarella firing one up the inside there at the final corner, but once again Bojosa responded. Turn 2, a favourite overtaking hotspot of his, as was turn 6. Here was the final corner. Alex Longarella diving up the inside. Once again, Alvaro Lucas then diving up the inside of Alex Longarella. Cano got himself among the podium positions. Bojosa was shuffled off the top 3, but quickly went about working his way back towards the lead. Carlos Cano then stepped in for 4th position as the top 3 broke away. Ramadhipa, Jaroslav Karpushin had borne in the side of the number 1 all race. Lorenzo Patelli as well making a late charge. Ramadhipa crashing out late in the race as well as the top 3 went toe-to-toe for victory. Bojosa had to win and he led going into the final corner, but Alex Longarella led coming out of it and over the line, and Alvaro Lucas took 2nd and Bojosa took 3rd. Cano's 4th place finish was enough to crown him European Talent Cup champion in 2025. Time for the celebrations then on the podium. Fernando Bojosa missed out on the championship but does take home P3 from the race in Valencia. Music celebration from the racing rider. Aspire Alvaro Lucas taking 2nd with Alex Longarella taking victory. The team representatives from the EGAC Snipers and the trophy Bojosa. 3rd place trophy here in Valencia. Another trophy to add to his burgeoning collection of bigger and better things to await him in his motorcycle racing career. Same can be said for Alvaro Lucas, the rookie of the class who was ever so impressive in 2025. 4th podium of the year, including the victory back in Jerez. And Alex Longarella, the second winner's trophy of the season, handed to him by David Almanza, the Moto3 World Championship rider for JuniorGP Racing.
Aplauso para los tres pilotos. Ya será el momento de celebrarlo. En este caso con la gaseosa, que los pilotos europeos
Round for our podium finishers here. European Talent Cup. Bubbly water. A bit of a spray around. Pile up space, which is great to see for Fernando Bojosa. Takes another podium. A big future awaits all three of these riders, it has to be said. 2025, a year to remember for all of them. They may not have won the title, but they showed what they are all about. Up several wins and podiums between them. And no doubt, Moto3 will of course keep an eye on their progress over the coming years. As they most certainly will be. The two-time European Talent Cup champion back for Pano. Artbox team all pile onto the podium places as Carlos Cano is crowned back-to-back European Talent Cup champion. What a talent is, what a year it has been for the team. That is two titles in the JuniorGP World Championship. Brian Uriarty taking JuniorGP honours. Carlos Cano now set to follow in his footsteps after back-to-back wins in the European Talent Cup. Set for a move to JuniorGP. You will certainly be a rider to watch next season. Celebrations in full flow on the podium here in Valencia, and why not? It is very well deserved. We will of course hear from Carlos Cano very shortly. Or indeed, we will hear from him on our social channels as Inicio Alzamora. Searching for Powell to dry himself off. So let's take a look through then the results from today's race. We of course going the way of Alex Longarella. With Alvarosa 9,000 of a second behind him, and Fernando Bojosa taking out on the win and the championship. But he does take home the third place medal here in Valencia. Carlos Cano, P4 enough for him to steal the crown. Jaroslav Karpus in the top 5 finish. Nicolas Dorio taking the 4, Critelli and the TV all inside the top 10 as in Nacional. Oliver Cantos is P11, Christian Borelli 12th ahead of Mikey Sanchez and Edu Gutierrez. Edu, Davino, Ethan Sparks and Matthias Sambarini. Then outside podium places, the point scoring places I should say, Davino the final point score. Alfonso Almeida, Pedro Mato Seyur, Lenny George San Juan, and the Boxberger Victor Tubele on Serpa, the rest of our finishers here. In the season finale, Finn Cresswell and Gonzalez Perez were both last. But this So your final standings for 2025. Confirmation that 108 points is enough for Carlos Cano, champion once again. Fernando Mojosa misses out at the final corner but takes the silver medal, while Alex Longarella makes bronze. That makes that for victory enough to beat Alvaro Lucas to the podium in the championship. The Ramadhipa's late crash cost him. Then we go through Christian Borelli, 10, Kratos Will, Gabriel, Vitelli, and Rolando on the side, Captain Galan, Sorio, 17. Rodriguez, Gonzalo Perez, Fernandinez, inside the top 20, Michael Sanchez, 21st, Jacoban, Sparks, Rostani, Camporini, all scoring points throughout the campaign, and we'll see more of them next season, no doubt, as they continue their development. The same can be said for David da Costa, Edu Savino, Remy George San Juan, Evan Foxberger, Oliver Cantos, Almeida, part of that Portuguese Miguel Oliveira Academy, Miroslavov, and Yuri Van Crookston, while Vincenzo Loroli and Alberto Enriquez were the other point scorers from 2025. He may not have taken the win, he may not have won the battle, but he has won the war. The number one, Carlos Cano, is on the top step of the championship podium once again. He goes back to back after a phenomenal European Talent Cup finale in Valencia. And indeed, we can actually hear from Carlos Cano, who is joining us later today. He's down with Connor.
That's right, and just like the hunt down Gallas after his celebration, back to back, you're a champion again in the European Talent Cup. How does it feel?
Yes, finally I get my goal. When I start the season, I am super happy because the race was super difficult. The tires drop a lot, and I try to push a lot to cut the first group, but finally I get the champion, and I don't have words to describe this moment. With the team, I do history 2 times on a round, win the European champion, and super happy. I thank people who support me, all my team, all my family, this to help me all the season, and super happy.
Carlos, dos veces campeón. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cuáles son las emociones después de una carrera como esta? ¿Cómo te encuentras ahora mismo?
Bueno, la verdad que ha sido increíble, ¿no? Al final he podido ganar el campeonato haciendo además historia que quedará escrito. 2 veces campeón de Europa seguidas, que no ha hecho nadie, así que súper contento de esto. Y también esto gracias al gran trabajo que he hecho con mi equipo. Y ya sabíamos que este año iba a ser difícil porque he crecido bastante y el peso se ha notado encima de la moto. Pero bueno, solo agradecer a todo mi equipo, a mi familia, que hemos trabajado también fuera de los circuitos muchísimo para conseguir el objetivo que teníamos a principio de temporada, y se lo quiero agradecer a ellos. Y estoy súper contento y ahora a disfrutar.
Congratulations, well done, Carlos.
So Carlos Cano is your 2025 European Talent Cup champion. What a year it has been for him as he goes back to back, and a big future ahead of him. Today belongs to Carlos Cano. Just one race remains in the 2025 Moto2 European Championship season, and what a race it promises to be. After 10 brilliant rounds so far, it all comes down to the final day. Unai Oradre heads the standings with Milan Pavlin Alberto Ferrandis and Alberto Sura, all hoping for some race 11 slip-ups. For the second year in a row, the title will be decided on the final day. Will Oradre follow in the footsteps of recent champions like Roberto Garcia, Senage, Lucas Tulovic and Fermin Aldeguer, or are we set for a dramatic last-minute turnaround? It is time to go racing in Valencia. Barcelona played host to two Moto2 races last time out, which saw title momentum swing one way and then another. Eric Fernandez started on pole and got the perfect start, as Alberto Ferrandis and Milan Pavlic slotted in behind. Unai Oradre worked his way through the field and the number 10 moved into the podium places, shortly before Jung-Soo Kim retired from the action. On Van Triet also crashed out of contention, became frustrated, but no such problems at the front for championship leader Oradre, who took over the lead of the race as Fernandez and Ferrandis battled for P2. The front four remained tight, but it was Oradre who took the win. Fernandez getting the better of Ferrandis for P2 and Pavlic in fourth. Race 2 saw the same riders in the fight for victory, with Ferrandis leading early doors. However, Pavlic's pace proved superior and the pole took off out front as Ferrandis and Fernandez renewed rivalry. Pavlic stormed to a second win in the campaign, with Fernandez once again beating Ferrandis 2 seconds while Oradre came home in 5th. All of that means number 10's advantage is 10 points ahead of the title decider. Welcome along to Title Showdown Sunday in the Moto2 European Championship. The sun, as you can see, is shining down on what has proven a crisp and chilly weekend in November, but Sunday conditions have definitely picked up a little bit in terms of heat around the circuit. I am Chris Jordan bringing you coverage today, and I am delighted to be joined as always by Conor Doherty. We have already had one title showdown race in the European Title Cup. No spoilers here just yet, but let's just say it was a little bit dramatic. Might be the understatement of the year. Conor, can we hope for more of the same here in Moto2?
I think the Moto2 European Championship has delivered from start to finish in this 2025 campaign. It's been absolutely fascinating. We've seen some tremendous rides, some tremendous riders as well, and they've been delivering right from the beginning, right from the start of this campaign, and I'm fascinated to see how it's all going to finish up, because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a fascinating year in 2025 in Moto2, and hopefully it has a fascinating conclusion. Plenty of riders in contention. No rider less than Eric Fernandez on
muy contento del ritmo que estamos haciendo este fin de semana. Nos vemos, la verdad, que muy rápido, y daremos el máximo mañana en la carrera para llevárnosla.
a 1:33, 1:44 then from Eric Fernandez. He came start on pole position once again. Still waiting for that breakthrough victory here in the Moto2 European Championship. Pole sitter, of course, that time out. Barcelona, that was his first Moto2. Backed that up with a double 2. Waiting for that breakthrough win. This is the day finally gets done.
I mean, it could well be, given the caliber that he's shown. If he can maintain that form from Catalonia, bring it over to Valencia, bit down the Mediterranean coast here in Spain. And given his performance in qualifying, there's no reason to think he's not capable of delivering here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo on what is An absolutely fantastic day, as you mentioned earlier in the introduction there. The sun is shining. Now we're going to get well to Tokyo from Xavi Zurutuza.
Yes, that's Zurutuza with the get well message. And he will start from the front row. Zurutuza, talented rider, Zurutuza, double podium back in Magny Core. And of course, podium in Misano. He's looking as well to convert his front row into victory. Did have that finesse back in Aragon race. Won, if memory serves correctly. He was bent off the front running, but unfortunately there counted some damage. What a big day it is then for Unai Oradre. Does he look nervous to you, Connor? Not particularly. A kick and a wave to the camera, and he is locked in and focused. This is, of course, a title-deciding race. Unai Oradre is our title leader, and he has a 10-point advantage to spare over Milan Pavelic. Pavelic is starting from 4th on the grid. Alberto Ferrandez and Alberto Sura are also still in with a chance of the title, but they will need a couple of slip-ups from the riders ahead. It seems most likely that this is going to turn into a shootout between Pavlic and Oradre. Oradre starting from outside of the front row.
We can take a look at the grid now for this Moto 2 race. It's Fernandez on pole on the front row, joined by Zurutuza and Oradre. On row 2, Pavelic, Mongiano and Fernandez. On row 3, Artigas, Wadley and Sura. Chris just mentioned that, one of our title contenders. Then on row 4, we've got Boyce, Ludenia and Mayor. On row 5, Morosi, Bailon and Esteban. On row 6 is Ruiz, Gutierrez and Yambia. Behind them is what's sure to be a thrilling race. On row 7 is Jimenez, Gilbert and Palomero. On row 8 is Moore, Lolly and Ruda. And on row 9 is Toth, Alcobaisi and Manchik. And then at the back, on row 10, Eaton, Emmanuel and
just about ready to get underway here then in Valencia for the season finale, the Moto 2 European Championship, the warm-up lap first, of course. So just to bring you a state of play ahead of light zone, Unai Oradre is our title leader. He owns a 10-point advantage over Milan Pavelic. Pavelic, at least, if he wants to, must score at least, if he wants to win the title, which I'm sure he does, must score at least a top 5. A top 5 and a minimum for Pavelic, and that's taking into account if Oradre does not score. Alberto Ferrandez must get a P1 or P2 if he is to have any hope of taking the title, and Alberto Sura must win. And that is not taking into account any points which Oradre scored. So Oradre is on the podium, it will be game over. Oradre, of course, has 3 wins to his name in 2025. He's got 3 further podiums to his name as well. He has been incredibly consistent throughout this campaign. And that is put him in the position that he is in with, I wouldn't say, would we say commanding, comfortable advantage, 10 points in the season finale? It is a commanding advantage.
I'm not sure it's commanding given the calibre of the riders on track here and the fact that in Moto 2 we have seen absolutely anything and everything happen so far this year. 10 points. He'll be happy to have those 10 points. Whether he'll feel comfortable is a very different thing. I mean, we very much got the sensation in Catalonia that things have become a bit of a shootout between Oradre and Pavelic. I mean, with Oradre getting that win and then finishing P6, and then conversely Pavelic finishing P4 and then getting the win. Those two really very much in contention here to give it absolutely everything they've got. And we've, of course, only got 1 race for them to do it in.
Yeah, absolutely. So a top 3 for Oradre will guarantee him the title. After that, permutations come into play. We will have a live graphic standing, so don't worry, you won't have to rely on a very, very poor as they have found out a couple of times already today, I think. So, moments away from lights out. Unai Oradre, the number 10, starting outside the front row. Eric Fernandez, number 4, launching from pole position. Xabi Zuratuch in between them. Who's going to get the whole shot? We are racing already here in Valencia. It's a good start for Zuratuch. It's a good start for Pavlic. The number 44 has fired himself into second position with Fernandez out in front. He has got the whole shot. I think I saw Alberto Fernandez in there too. So not an ideal start for Unai Oradre. He's down in 4th position with Pavlic up into 2nd.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start from Fernandez, it feels like, as well there. Yeah, he's moved himself up to P3. It's an absolutely fantastic start for him after
the title contenders have made a play early on here to put the pressure on Oradre. We have a couple riders out there at the back, with not sure who that is just yet, but one of them less than happy anyway. Another. We'll bring you covered to that once we get to know a bit more. Is that one of the UK Motor machine down as well? Is it one of the American races as well down the back? Not sure.
Confirmation of that.
We'll double check it. But Eric Fernandez is leading over Pavlic, and it's Fernandez then ahead of Oradre. So, the title fight is on and wide open here. Fernandez, remember, as well as Pavlic, both need to win here. So that's 72 of Ruiz coming back in. Oscar Gutierrez, another rider out of the reckoning. Oscar Gutierrez. Ruiz now. Yeah, Johan Gimber as well. Oscar Gutierrez, frustrating campaign for him, ending in a frustrating manner. Mario Mayor, stock champion, and Pavlic is going to make a move here into turn 1, is he? Shows Fernandez the front wheel. Pavlic there eyeing up a move on the inside going into turn 1. Will turn 2 be a better opportunity? Indeed it will be. And now Pavlic is leading. If Pavlic has the pace here, he could gap Eric Fernandez. And where's Unai Oradre? He is in 4th position. So, tight fight, very much game on. Is that Xabi Zuratuch? I see charging into 4th place as well. It is indeed. Xabi Zuratuch is on the charge here. So Oradre shuffled back to 5th position.
And just to note that, Aldo Baisi has moved up 9 positions on that opening lap. So absolutely fantastic stuff from him.
Yeah, Pavlic visibly there, you can see he's put a few bike lengths between himself and Fernandez. Fernandez and Fernandez then in the podium position. They're about to renew rivalries. Both races in Barcelona. Eric Fernandez lunges up the inside of Milan Pavlic at turn 11, and then there's a shake and a wobble and a nod of the head, and now Alberto Fernandez has come charging through. So, Fernandez is now leading. Fernandez in 2nd. Pavlic has dropped the third. Zuratuch and Alberto Zura have come through on Oradre. Oradre is going the wrong way here.
Yeah, excitement right from the off here in the Moto2 European Championship. We just saw some of Pavlic's fans there, but it is Eric Fernandez who's leading for the time being. He's also got Eric Fernandez. Pavlic is currently sitting in P3. Is he going to try and make a move here as we go into turn 1? Not quite close enough, but the drama is on display in Moto2. Another absolute classic already.
Yeah, Lorenzo fell on then with the fastest lap of the race, but the action out front is incredible. As Connor rightly mentioned, Fernandez and Fernandez, they were battling each other for second as sparks fly on track. So, all that means Oradre is going to be your champion if he remains if things remain as they are. Fernandez leading. Pavlic does need to cut through on Fernandez here to get himself back into contention. But Fernandez and Fernandez have got history, recent history in Barcelona. Fernandez got the better of Fernandez both occasions that time, but it's Fernandez who is leading in this one. What about Milan Pavlic? Can he find a way through on Eric Fernandez? This is an electric start to the Moto2 European Championship title decider.
Yeah, the spectators, I think this is exactly what you would have wanted in these opening laps. Drama, just 5 points separating the top 3 here. This is absolutely electric stuff. And we've just seen that Zuratuch and Pavlic there, Oradre just behind. They're all watching each other. Who's going to be the one to make the move here? They're all together.
Yeah, is that Pavlich going up the inside of Fernandez? It is indeed, and he needed to make that move, I think, because Xavi Tuta was crawling all over him. Fernandez has a little look behind him. I think Fernandez could be in a bit more trouble here. Tuta looks to be on the mark here. That's a 134 flat from Alberto Fernandez up front, so Pavlich is looking to get the hooks into him, and indeed, Eric Fernandez has been picked off by Xavi Tuta. Does Fernandez, number 4, have a response? Nothing going yet. Tuta is on the march here. Tuta has got incredible early pace. So Pavlich and Alberto Fernandez to watch out. Fernandez is just at the fastest lap of the race, the 134 flat. That was matched by Milan Pavlich, while Xavi Tuta did a 134.1. He's got a bit of open road ahead of him now. Will he reel in Milan Pavlich, or will this front 3 group up into a victory fight? Where is Unai Oradre? He's just moved up to number 10. I think our pole sitter Eric Fernandez has got an issue.
Yeah, it might well be the case, because Oradre just seized an opportunity there. We just saw it at the edge of our street for the briefest of moments. He made the overtake there on Eric Fernandez, moved into the 4 and can now try and chase down the leading 3, but it is Fernandez who leads for the time being. We thought he might be able to pull away. Pavlich is not allowing that to happen whatsoever, and neither is Tuta just behind.
Yeah, Eric Fernandez, our pole sitter, has been overtaken by Pavlich, Tuta, Oradre in quick succession. And that was important that Oradre got through on him as well very quickly, because it seems the front 3 have got a pretty incredible pace. High 133s that time around. Unai Oradre in the 134.2. So the front 3 has a few tenths of a second over Oradre, but Oradre now has open road ahead of him. Let's see what he records at the end of this lap. But really pace set by Fernandez, Pavlich and Tuta.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say actually there that the gap was about 6 tenths of a second. It seems to have gone up now to 7, more or less. But this is the first time that Oradre's had clear space. He's got clean air in front of him now to try and utilise and get ahead. He's got to try and reel these leading 3 in, and now he's got his opportunity.
Absolutely. Fernandez leading out front. Pavlich has a look on the outside there. He's not close enough just yet to make a move coming through turn 8. Nothing going for them. Has Oradre closed the gap? There's about 5 tenths of a second between Oradre and Tuta.
It's coming down.
Yeah,
it's coming down.
Is that Oradre is getting a little bit closer to Tuta ahead of him. Alberto Tuta, remember, is in this fight as well for the championship, and Alberto Tuta looked like he was trying to make a move on Eric Fernandez there. Fernandez has stabilized as well somewhat. He was sinking backwards, but he is holding Alberto Tuta at bay. The live championship standing, if you throw the checkered flag out now, Unai Oradre will win the title by just 3 points. If Pavlich can get ahead of Alberto Fernandez, then it is all changed. Fernandez, there's nothing more he can do. He needs Pavlich and Oradre to go backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And the atmosphere is absolutely electric here now. It's really palpable here. The atmosphere. And there we have Tuta setting the new best race lap, 1 minute 30.784. So Tuta currently in P3, but he is the fastest rider on track in Moto2 right now as he tries to chase down Pavlich and Fernandez, sorry.
Don't worry, it's a tongue twister at the best of times. Fernandez and Fernandez, and indeed it looks like Fernandez does indeed have a technical problem of some sort. As you see, he pulls out wide there. He has got the technical flag waving for the number 4. So Eric Fernandez is out of this race. Alberto Tuta then can begin chasing down Unai Oradre in 4th place. No movement between the top 3 yet in terms of the leading. Tuta though closing up onto the rear wheel in the number 44. Unai Oradre still hovering around half a second behind the lead group here, which will suit him down to the ground as things stand. Of course, we saw him work his way through the field of Barcelona, take victory It's still very early doors here in Valencia.
Yeah, very much so. Given the pace that Xavi Zurutuza is setting at the time right now, well, I wouldn't be ruling him out of his first win in this class either. Look, is he going to be close enough to make the move? Not quite. Frustration there.
Yeah.
For Eric Fernandez.
Huge disappointment for the pole sitters. Double P2 in Barcelona. Picked up his first pole in Barcelona. Backed it up with another pole here in Valencia. But unfortunately for him, through no fault of his own, he is out of this race with a technical issue.
Yeah, he'll be, I think, devastated given the performance he has had that he's put in all weekend. Very unfortunate for the young Spaniard.
Absolutely disappointment at his home Grand Prix as well. Now, the front three look to close up once again on each other as they come around turning once more, but nothing going between them. We're just waiting now. When will we see Pavlik show Alberto Ferrandez a front tire? Will he even get close enough to Ferrandez? But we're just checking our timing here. They're matching each other pretty much through the sector split time. So Pavlik can't quite close the gap on Ferrandez just yet. A reminder that if Pavlik does get ahead of Ferrandez, that would put him as a provisional 2025 Moto2 European champion. Xavi Zurutuza has opened up a 1 second gap to O'Radre, so has O'Radre got the pace going in front three, or is he holding something in reserve for crunch time a little bit later? Zurutuza, it looks not quite lining that one up, maybe into turn two though. Turn two is a popular overtaking hot spot here, nothing going either then. He doesn't fancy it just yet. There are plenty more opportunities coming, but it does seem he is building the pressure on Milan Pavlik in second place.
Ferrandez playing a bit of a dangerous game here as well. But with those front three, he's not in control of exactly what's happening, and he's slipping further and further behind now. The gap is currently 1.4 seconds, more or less. And with the pace of the front three of Sherry, Powerless is very capable of moving ahead into the top spot.
Yeah, and it has to be remembered that two riders behind O'Radre are of a significant pedigree in this Moto2 European Championship. Alberto Sura, of course, a race winner, sitting fourth in the championship standing. It looks like he won't be in amongst the medal positions, but he will want to face down O'Radre for the pride, and the number 43 of Xavi Artigues as well. Double P5 Barcelona in the second outing in the Moto2 European Championship this season. And he is a rider who could do some damage if he gets a little bit of pace, and Eric Fernandez is going to rejoin the action. You never know what could happen, of course, in the Moto2 European Championship. The red flag could come out and hand Eric Fernandez some reprieve. But out front, it's calm and composed from our lead trio. Alberto Ferrandez got himself in front very early doors and has not looked back. We've been watching the number 85 building the pressure on the number 44 of Milan Pavlik. But when will Xavi Zurutuza feel comfortable making that move?
Yeah, he's set the fastest lap so far. He's been incredibly quick, but he's also seemed to be content to hang back just a bit behind these leading two of Ferrandez and Pavlik. Maybe biding his time. He's definitely a rider with the experience to know what he's doing. So we'll just have to wait and see when he thinks that the time is right.
Absolutely, absolutely. Zurutuza, that gap to O'Radre is at 1.144 seconds, so it's over 1 second now for quite a time, about a lap and a half, I think it is, while front three just not showing each other a front wheel at all just yet, just checking out their sector.
Oh, but there goes
time.
Zurutuza. Is he going to be making the move now? It looked like he might be taking an inside line there. Whilst we're focusing on O'Radre.
On a little left leg there, getting it back onto the foot. Hey, but has Zurutuza done a move? Not quite just yet. Yeah, they are matching each other for pace across all sector times. All three of them on a 21.4 in sector 1, 25.1 sector 2. 22 flat though from Alberto Ferrandez. Open up a bit more of an advantage through there before they once again match each other. Pavlis and Junior strong through the final sector, with Fernandez conceding some time there last time out. So they are pretty much matching each other stride for stride. Francesco Montaldo then, the number 49, big pack in the pack for 7.
Just look like John
Watley there, yeah, Josh Watley on his tail. And Marcus Ladenia as well in that fight. So precious points on offer to end the season on a high. Here, this is going all the way back to, I think, Lorenzo Ferran at the back of this group, the number 5, and it's Lorenzo Ferran who is there. So this is a battle for 7 down to 12.
It's very good for Mongiardo. I think he started the season in such strong form with pole position, P2 and P3 and extra rails, so double podium there. And he's not really managed to reach those heights since then. He's going to be sixth in race 2 at Aragon, of course, but maybe in the second half of the season we haven't seen the best of him, which we were able to see in our race up.
Yeah, and there's been a change in the championship standings for Radre. Still leading, but only by a point, and that is because Alberto Sura has gotten ahead of the number 10. That happened on screen. Oh, and now there's even more drama because Radre has slipped behind Xavi Artigas. We were mentioning it only a couple of moments ago that these two riders are of immense quality at this level, and Radre was sitting just for both of them on that lap, and has to be said. So Radre now has got to pull the pin out. Alberto Fernandez is winning this race. Oh, and Xavi Zaragoza has taken P2, so that puts Radre back in control of the championship. But what control does he have realistically? It's all open here. Now, goes the pace of Sura and Artigas. There was a 1 second gap back to Radre previously. They are closing in. It's gone under a second between Sura and Pavlis. So keep an eye on that. If that gap comes down, it might even pull Radre into play again, into the top 3. As you can see, Fernandez has been opened up to 5 lengths advantage to Jurajusa. So Fernandez is within 4 points of the 2 points of the time, excuse me. But unfortunately for Alberto Fernandez, there is nobody behind Unai or Radre to challenge him and take more points off him.
And to be realistic to say that this was Radre's game plan coming into the race.
Yeah.
He's no longer really
relying on
control.
Exactly. He's relying on favours from both Fernandez and Jurajusa. Milan Pavlis is all very much in the fight. It has to be said. Milan Pavlis, as things stand, needs second place. And it looks like Radre is losing even more ground here. Radre is in all sorts of trouble here, Conor. What did he do last time around? His best last time was 133, but last time around it was a 134.6. Everyone ahead of him. Artigas and Sura 134.3 and 134.1. Pavlis was the slowest of the top 5 with a 134.5. So Radre is lapping very slowly here. There's a 7-second gap to Mongiardo, so he should have top 6 covered. So he's now depending on Jurajusa and Fernandez to do him a favour and take the top 2 places in the championship. So an intriguing final race here, Conor. It has to be said. Radre, as you quite rightly mentioned, it's not really in his hands anymore.
No, and he'll be expecting favours, but not too much of a favour, because he could lose very much. That comes but 2 points in the competition for the time being. But the real question is Pavlis, who is just 4 points behind, currently third in the championship, which just goes to show how close this is.
And on that lap, yeah, sorry, go back to the lap time. We did think Radre in a comfortable 6th, but if he continues at his current pace, Josh Watley 7th. And okay, there are 6.5 seconds between them, but Watley was lapping half a second quicker. And for Radre, these guys continued to stabilize somewhat Radre that time around. So 134.5. And the riders ahead are quicker. Mongiardo is a 135.2. So you would have to imagine Radre will be okay. The gap is too wide. with 4.75 of a lap remaining. But Pavlin said it's all on the 44. Can he find something? Can he invent something across the last 4 laps? Find some pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult circuit, we've said it before, in terms of being able to overtake. You've got to try and take advantage of any errors, maybe make a move at turn 14, for example, move on the inside, push in at turn 2 as well. There are opportunities available, but Pavlin has to make sure that he's in a position to do so. He's currently P3. At the beginning of the race, it looked like he might be able to get ahead and pull away. That hasn't happened, but no other rider has been able to do so either. It is currently Ferrandez who is leading Zaragoza and Pavlin in our top 3, our podium finishes as it stands, but we've still got 4.5 laps to go here.
Yeah, that was Jung-Soo Kim, who you saw just running a little bit wide as the riders come around to lap him. Beverly just staying out of the way. So, on this, eyes on the number 44. The number 54 of Ferrandez is only 2 points behind in the championship, but we remind you that he is doing his absolute maximum, and it seems that nobody is going to challenge Unai Oradre behind the number 10. So if it stays like this, Ferrandez in first, 6th place will be enough for Unai Oradre. However, Milan Pavlin is the rider we need to watch. The number 44 is sitting in 3rd position. Last time around he did a 1:34.1, matching the pace of Xavi Zaragoza in P2 and slightly quicker than Alberto Ferrandez out front. If Pavlin makes a move on Zaragoza, makes 6th, comes home P2, then the pole will be our European champion in the Moto2 class in 2025. So, all to play for. It goes without saying, of course, Connor, but it is all to play for here. We're just wondering, will Pavlin get close enough to Zaragoza to make a move? You can imagine that the message will be sent to him somehow, through the board or dashboard, that he has to go all in for this.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem is that the rider in front of him is also the fastest rider on the track. Xavi Zaragoza has been sensational in this race, sitting in P2 right now, but you get the feeling that he's still got something left, and it might be him that makes a move on Alberto Ferrandez and tries to claim that P1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. You can imagine
overtaking the spot there as well.
Yeah, Maroni is working his way through. That chasing group will not catch Unai Oradre. There was a moment we thought it may, because we saw them lapping half a second quicker, but regardless of what happens, you would have to say that Oradre is a pretty safe play. Of course, anything can happen up ahead of him, but the message has to be sent to Milan Pavlin. While a podium would be wonderful, the prize on offer is much bigger. The question is, can he catch him? And he might have some problems mounting behind him. Xavi Artigas is absolutely flying around this circuit. Ricardo Tormo, Artigas is currently for a 1:34.2 last time around. Slightly quicker than the guys ahead of him by about a 10. Milan Pavlin 2/10 to Zaragoza. So Artigas not out of the podium fight at all.
Yeah, he's done really well. You have to remember as well, he's had it from the 3rd row, he's had it from P7, and he's managed to thrust himself into this battle here at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. So keep an eye on the progress of Artigas. But no change in the front 3, and yeah, you can see closing up there. He is much quicker on circuit. He's what? Yeah, got a 10 in his back pocket in a couple of those sectors. Coming through the current lap, we've got a yellow flag out in sector 2. There's Young the lap rider who has crashed out of contention. So, around the line we come again. 3 laps to go. 2 laps to go. There is the live championship. Unai Oradre holds on to the championship lead, but only just. Alberto Ferrandez is putting it under all sorts of pressure. He is going to win. He's winning this race, but that won't be enough for Ferrandez. It's the number 44 of Milan Pavlin. We have to keep an eye on. And Pavlin looks like, has he made a move? We saw a little change there. As we see, is this what happened to Jung-Soo Kim? Oh, that's a nasty crash for the South Korean rider. Yeah, hopefully he's okay. But we saw our nice graphics there change very quickly there. Let's hope he's okay. And Milan Pavlic has moved into second position. Xabi Duratusa, something has happened to Duratusa. And Milan Pavlic is in second. It will come down to race wins indeed. Actually, they will tie on points. So Pavlic has 2 race wins. Oradre has 3. So Pavlic has to go all in for the win here.
Absolutely incredible stuff there, Chris, with your homework, working out all the possibilities. Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from Pavlic there, getting ahead of Zuratuta, who was just racing and being the fastest rider on track. And it seems that Milan Pavlic was just biding his time there. To do exactly what happened.
Just
Just got on the inside, yeah.
Brilliant move. Brilliant
Forcing
move.
Zuratuta to
Block pass.
Yep.
Brilliant stuff from the pole, and now that has
Now he's got the opportunity
into this title
It is
fight.
the last lap
The
as well.
last lap of the 2025 Moto2 European Championship. And Ferrandis has gone down. Ferrandis has gone down. He is out of the running. It's Alberto Ferrandis. He has victory at his mercy, and he is out. Milan Pavlic is now your race leader. Milan Pavlic is now the championship leader.
The fans are screaming.
The drama is alive and well. Pavlic is taking the lead. Zuratuta in second. Oradre is in fifth, but that will not be enough for the former championship leader, Milan Pavlic. So, what type of pressure is he going to be put under by Xabi Zuratuta? You can see it there, the devastation down in the team box. Bow, hey, 55 team box. What a terrible few moments for them, because they had Ferrandis, who's going to win the race, crash out, and now Unai Oradre is not the championship leader. Pavlic has opened up a couple bike lanes.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible stuff. Drama here on the last lap. We knew Moto2 was going to deliver. And who was watching on as we saw that crash? Well, it was Unai Oradre. His dreams of winning could have just come to a dramatic conclusion here, Chris.
Only a couple corners to go for Team Milan before they can start their celebration. The pole looks set to be crowned Moto2 European Championship in the most dramatic of circumstances. He navigates the final corner with ease. The number 44 is your Moto2 European Champion. Sensational late charge from Pavlic. He's picked off Zuratuta with 2 laps to go. Then Alberto Ferrandis has crashes out at the first corner of the final lap. Unai Oradre has come home in 5th position. And I am lost for words. That is an absolutely phenomenal end to the Moto2 European Championship season. Huge celebrations at the moment, but knocked down in the team box. I think they can hardly believe it. I can hardly believe it, Connor.
I think that was an end to this race which could not have been scripted. The last lap, we barely even said we're on to the last lap, and then we see Ferrandis come crashing down. And it was Milan Pavlic who was in place to take the race lead. There he is with the Polish flag. Absolutely incredible stuff from Milan Pavlic. Absolutely incredible, as you said, lost for words, and there's a reason why. That was infinitely more dramatic than anyone, even he himself, could have believed.
It beggars belief, Connor. It beggars belief how the Moto2 European Championship
We said it at the beginning.
decided. We said it. I was just
Anything
about to
and
say,
everything can happen.
anything and everything can happen in the Moto2 European Championship. We opened the season in Estoril, where Alberto Ferrandis and Eric Fernandez crashed out of the lead. Milan Pavlic was on the podium in that race, and he crashed out. But he recovered to pick up some points, and how crucial those points have proven.
Well, Oradre doesn't seem to have taken it too poorly. There he is, celebrating the culmination of what has been a fantastic season for him, with a celebratory wheelie. And it has been a fantastic season for him, but the last lap is what it came down to. And you can see what it means down
moment for Alberto Ferrandis on that last lap. Pavlic was beginning to put on the pressure, but we did not see that coming at turn 1.
He didn't look like
losing the front very early on, and opening the door for Pavlic to take victory and the championship.
simultaneously. I mean, I cannot imagine the adrenaline, the emotion, the happiness that is going through that man's mind right now.
Absolutely sensational from Pavlik. And the new Moto2 European champion from Poland, Milan Pavlik. Absolutely sensational. In the most dramatic of circumstances, it has to be said. But when he was given the opportunity, he did not blink. He did not blink. And he sailed home to victory here. His third of the campaign. Only victory would have done. Second place would have put him tied on points with Oradre, who was running in P6 at the time, and Oradre would have taken it on a tie break. But then, Alberto Ferrandis crashing out at turn 1, handed the championship and victory to Pavlik on the plate. And it has to be said, he is a deserving winner in his rookie campaign here in Moto2. A third win in the campaign, 2 further podiums to go with it. Numerous top 5 and top 4 finishes, even on his off days. Incredible from Milan Pavlik. Here's the noise. Let's take a little listen in. Gather around Parc Ferme. We will hear from Milan very shortly, of course, as Connor makes his way down to Parc Ferme, but the celebrations begin. Confirmation 2025 Moto2 European champion, the number 44 Milan Pavlik of the ATR team. Stepping up from JuniorGP in his rookie campaign. Took off the debut on the Moto2 World Championship stage in Brno. What a year it has been for Pavlik. An incredible story. And the year capped off simply the most incredible and dramatic way. Xavi Zuritusa amid all the celebrations. Let's not forget about Xavi Zuritusa's brilliant ride. Started on the front row, dropped back early on, but fought his way back and had incredible pace. Looked like he could have challenged for the victory at one point. Xavi Artigas, who started further back on the third row, came charging hard late on to pick up his first Moto2 European Championship podium. Superb stuff for Artigas. From that race, with about a lap and a half to go, Milan Pavlik made his move on Zuritusa. He was closing in on Ferrandis, but look at that, Ferrandis in the lead. Just lost it very early going through turn 1 and then flying through the gravel trap. He can hardly believe it, we can hardly believe it. Fernandez, of course, will be in the Moto2 World Championship next season. Another serious talent coming through from Spain, and very deserving rider of that Moto2 World Championship. But you'll have an inquiry in what went wrong at that corner. Milan Pavlic will care little of the results of that inquiry because he's the Moto2 European champion as a result. I think he believes what unfolded on that last lap here in Valencia. Absolutely sensational racing. Milan Pavlic is our race winner here in Valencia. He is also the Moto2 European champion, and he is down in Parc Ferme with Conor Doherty.
That's right, Chris. First of all, Milan, massive congratulations. It's been an incredible year for you, and what a race here in Valencia. Drama from start to finish. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. Everyone came here to support me, and we made it. We made it with my family, with my APR team here in Valencia. Last race. Well, a lot of emotions, but yeah, I know from the beginning I need to be in the front. I was pushing, like I see in the board that P1 is enough to win. if I cross the finish line, I almost cry under the helmet. It was something incredible. I was not, I don't know. I want to celebrate, and that's all. Thank you so much.
And can you tell us in Polish, please, exactly how you're feeling now?
Pierwszy debiutancki sezon Moto2. Cała rodzina przyjechała tutaj mnie wspierać, wszyscy znajomi, wszyscy z moją rodziną z AGR-a tu jestem, z którymi wygrałem, cieszę się bardzo. Może nie wyrażam tych emocji, ale w sobie mam tyle, że nie wiem. To wiedziałem, że muszę być w pierwszej grupie, wiedziałem, że muszę być w tej czołówce, żeby wygrać. Widziałem na tablicy, że pozycja pierwsza wystarczy, że Oradra jest nieco trochę dalej, więc jak już tylko zobaczyłem, że jestem pierwszy i przekroczyłem metę, to już nie mogłem naprawdę. Popłakałem się w środku w kasku, ale to wszystko dzięki Wam. Dziękuję również wszystkim sponsorom i Bogu za to, że cały i zdrowy dotarłem tutaj, gdzie jestem. Dziękuję bardzo.
Congratulations again.
Eric Fernandez started from pole position in the season finale Moto2 European Championship race in Valencia. Some early drama as a number of riders crashed out, including Mario Mayor, Oscar Gutierrez, Yara Ruiz. Fernandez, though, slipped into second position as Alberto Ferrandez began his charge into the lead. Fernandez took backwards, with Ferrandez leading over Milan Pavlic, Xavi Durasuta, Eric Fernandez having to retire with a technical problem before he rejoined slightly later. Unai Oradre was running in fourth position, but not for long. The then championship leader was overtaken by Alberto Sura and Xavi Artigas, dropping into sixth and blowing the championship fight wide open. At this point, he was still leading the championship, but only just. And sixth place looked like it may have been enough, with Alberto Ferrandez leading. Milan Pavlic had to win to take the championship. This is Jung-Soo Kim crashing out in a big crash. Then, coming towards the finale, Milan Pavlic made his move on Xavi Durasuta, and before he could even make a move on Ferrandez, the 54 crashed out on the last lap at turn 1, handing victory and the Moto2 European Championship title to Milan Pavlic. Time for the podium ceremony here after a chaotic, frantic finale to the Moto2 European Championship season. And look at that, the Polish flag sandwiched in between the two Spanish ones. And the team representatives from APR. On the podium, Xavi Durasuta coming out after Xavi Artigas. They embrace one another, Xavi Artigas. bringing his flag in memory, of course, for Paul Alsina. Well, Milan Pavlic then, hearty congratulations all around, and a wonderful interview, has to be said, Connor, afterwards. I think he could hardly believe it himself.
No, I really don't think he could.
Mr. Nicolas Goyano then, the director of the circuit here, handing out the prize to the team representative from AGR. Very much milked the celebration, and you know what? Why not? A day to remember for the team.
Absolutely incredible. What a race. You could really feel just what it meant as well down in Pratama.
Xavi Artigas picks up his first Moto2 European Championship podium, as does Xavi Artigas picks up his P2, his latest podium. And a big leap of joy for Milan Pavlic as he picks up the winner's trophy here for the race, and of course for the year. What a hearty rendition then of the Polish national anthem, sung in full voice down here at Circuit Ricardo Cormo. I don't think it's happened too many times before, so they made that one count. Absolutely joyous scenes here, Connor. What a result for Milan Pavlic. And they nailed the spraying of the Prosecco as well. A moment young Milan Pavlic will never ever forget. A name to remember, of course. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. And he's brought a lot of fans here to the Circuit Ricardo Cormo. That's why the national anthem was sung with so much enthusiasm there. And rightly so.
Absolutely amazing celebrations out there. That's how you celebrate in cycle.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal stuff.
We can now take a look at the final results of what was an incredible race. It was Milan Pavlic with the win, followed by Xavi Zaragoza and Xavier Artigas on the podium. Alberto Sura finished P4, Unai Radre in P5, Mondiado in P6, Josh Watley in 7th, Alessandro Morosi in 8th, and Ludenia in 9th. It was then Lorenzo Bellon who finished in P10, Harrison Boyd in 11th, Borja Jimenez in 12th, and 8th, Esteban in 13th, Facundo Yambias in 14th, Palomera 15th, Maxwell Todd in 16th, and Rusty Dylan Moore in 17th. Behind them, Marcus Ruda in P18th, in 19th, Christian Lolly, Abdullah Al-Kubaisi in 20th, Owen Van Trick in 23rd, Jeremy Eisenkold in P22, Eric Fernandez, who we joined this in the end in P23, and Uriah Ruiz in P4, with Alberto Ferrandez crashing out on that last lap. And also failing to finish, Kim Emmanuel, Gilbert, Mayon, and Gutierrez. And then we have a final Riders' Championship standings after a sensational season in the Moto2 European Championship. It is Milan Pavlic who wins ahead by just 4 points of Unai Radre. Alberto Sura finishes in 3rd. Ferrandez drops down to 4th. Xavi Zaragoza in 5th. Mondiado in 6th. Eric Fernandez 7th. Morosi 8th. And Uriah Ruiz finishes in 9th. Daniel Munoz in 10th. John Jimber in 11th. Yambias 12th. Gutierrez 13th. Xavi Artigas in a fantastic 14th, Cruzes in 15th, Tapia 16th, Harrison Boyd in 17th. Then we've got Bellon in 18th, Palomero 19th, Moore 20th, Garcia 23rd, Josh Watley in 22nd, Jimenez in 23rd, Kirsevan 24th, and Ludenia 20th. And then at the bottom of the standings, we've got Lolly in 26, Volpi in 27, Mario Mayor in 28, Ramos 29, and Lorenzo Somariva in 30.
A dramatic season concludes in the most dramatic of ways. Milan Pavelich is crowned 2025 Moto2 European champion, and it is very well deserved. The season finale in the JuniorGP category has arrived, and the second race on Sunday is just moments from lights out. Only 16 laps remain in what has been a gripping and unpredictable year, one that has already seen Brian Uriarte clinch the championship, while the battle for the remaining podium places stays wide open heading into the season finale. And what a place to conclude it all. Valencia's Circuit Ricardo Tormo is one of the most iconic venues on the calendar. Its tight, technical layout has produced countless last-lap dramas over the years, making it favourite for riders and spectators alike. With a vibrant atmosphere and a rich racing heritage, there are few better backdrops for the season's curtain call. So without further delay, let's go racing. Well, race 1 had plenty of drama, but minimal drama for pole sitter Marco Morelli, who was on another planet this morning. The number 97 cleared off into the distance as he took victory. There was a great battle for P4 as well, for P2 and P3. The battle for P4, we saw the likes of David Gonzalez, Rico Salmela, Kishio Gorman involved, as well as Joel Esteban. In that battle for the podium places, it was between Jesus Rios and Brian Uriarte. The two kept changing overtakes on one another the entire race. Rios would try one and Uriarte would have the answer. Joel Esteban did plenty of front running as well in that battle for P4. As Leo Ramasdorfer crashed out of contention, Kishio Gorman as well retired early. Rico Salmela was running in 4th position before serving a long lap penalty. Quickly began working his way through the field. Leonardo Dani helpless to stop the flying spin. David Gonzalez, Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruzes then battling one another in that battle for P4 as Uriarte and Jesus Rios kept having to go at one another. Rios sat in 2nd place, but Uriarte was always right back on him. The battle for P4 looked like Joel Esteban, David Gonzalez and Cruzes cleared off, but Salmela recovered from that earlier long lap penalty to get himself into point scoring position, critically so, with the bronze medal up for grabs in 2025. Brian Uriarte then finally got the better of Jesus Rios as Marco Morelli cruised home yet another victory and solidified his grip on 2nd in the championship. Good afternoon and welcome along to the 2nd JuniorGP race today here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. The season finale, and what a place to do it. The sun is shining, 16 degrees track temperature, 14 degrees air temperature. Not too much wind out there. Pretty perfect conditions for some late November racing, shall we say. Welcome along, I am Chris Jordan, bringing you coverage today, and joining me is my trusty teammate and companion, Connor Doherty. Connor, we're 3 races in to 5 races on the menu today. This is number 4. The previous 3 races have all been spectacular, including the opening JuniorGP race. What have we got in store for our next?
A spectacle, I think, is the only way that I can respond to a question like that. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you, Chris, and I'm thrilled to be watching more JuniorGP action. We are watching Marco Morelli make his final preparations, and he has had one incredible weekend here in Valencia. Yesterday in qualifying, he was really just a step above everyone else and a step above some of the riders in the Moto3 World Championship as well. Let's not forget that set a phenomenal full lap time, faster than Adrian Fernandez did just a week ago at the Valencia Grand Prix. Watching on, someone who I'm sure was very impressed by that was our reigning Moto3 champion there, David Alonso.
Reigning former champion, of course, Jose Antonio Reda recently was crowned, but David Alonso is in attendance here, along with a number of other Moto3 stars. Spotted David Almanza around, Joel Kelso did a bit of track time here on Sunday as well throughout the weekend.
Scott Ogden, of course.
Scott Ogden, thank you. I knew I saw somebody else in it, wasn't coming to me, and there we go. Brian Uriarte will be joining all of those riders on the World Championship stage in 2026 as JuniorGP World Champion. Second place earlier today, and just generally a superb pattern, it has to be said, Brian Uriarte. That's 3 in a row for him. 42 in the last 5. Hasn't been outside top 2 since Aragon Race 1. He's got 2 victories in that time, 42, then of course 3 victories at the beginning of the season that kicked off his title challenge. I think he's the first rider to win the opening 3 races of the JuniorGP season since, off the top of my head, I think it was Danny Hosiato 2021.
I do believe you're right there. And those are formidable statistics, and it really shows just how wonderful this MotoGP program is, the amount of riders that are progressing up, and the fact that when they get there, they're definitely going to be in contention as well. We've already seen some of them this year, the likes of Uriarte, for example. I'm very keen to see them compete at that level and see what they're capable of doing. And people like Rico Salmela also moving up to the pairs alongside Nancy Peroni and Christian Petrois. Marco Morelli, our pole sitter, will be with Maximo Quiles at Aspar. You don't get beat up at Aspar if you've not got a lot of potential. So that's going to be fantastic. And that potential
that's going to be a cracking lineup next year, isn't it? And Marco Morelli, who has shown he's an absolutely rapid and incredible rider at this level. Going to make the step up, of course, to the World Championship level. It is a step up, but Max Keeler is one of the biggest talents in that paddock, and it's quite an exciting lineup. Yeah, as you mentioned, with Salmela's Tech 3 at the band, we saw Max Keeler as well as off the MK with Theo Bitelli, and a number of other riders as well. Adrian Clutes is back here racing, and he will be off the VIP Green Tower, the number 10 that's popping up on screen. Perfect timing.
Absolutely.
I must thank our direction of Jesus Leos, starting from the middle of the second row, moved up to the snipers, and then Patani, then pratama will join Conlon Mesa,
Hakim Danish.
yeah,
Maybe alongside Yamanato on the other side.
and Casey O'Gorman, I think, is our final rider who's going to make the step up. And Casey, of course, disappointment this morning for him. He had to retire due to a technical issue. So disappointment for Casey, and just in that battle before, and to no fault of his own, had to retire from the race. But he was super impressive, Casey, when he was on that World Championship stage around 60th out. Going to vote the intact squad.
It's very interesting to see what Rico Salmela is capable of doing this time around. He was very impressive in that opening race, despite a long lap penalty. Still looking for that win, and this is his last opportunity of claiming it in the JuniorGP World Championship. It's been a fantastic 2025.
It is their last chance to lose for a lot of these riders to pick up that maiden win in the class. I mean, Casey is among their. Hakim Danish is on screen. Hakim and Veda Pratama both had superb outings in the Red Bull Rookie Cup this season. Hakim, of course, does have a P2 from the opening day in 2025, but hasn't managed to get back on the podium since. Veda hasn't been on the podium yet, and both of them will be starting where on the third and fourth row, looking to charge through the pack. Undeniable quality for that pratama. Of course, another rider of undeniable quality. Casey there, he has 3 podiums, rider that made him win. But it's going to be tough because you've got Mark Morelli, who is certainly the rider to catch here in JuniorGP Race 2 in Valencia.
Yeah, he set a benchmark which is almost insurmountable, especially with yesterday's qualifying and today's opening race.
6.4 seconds off the top of my head, he won that opening race by...
There was over 6 seconds.
Yeah. And couldn't get Morelli. It's the same shot for much of the race.
Yeah.
I mean, the more events, the head of that 72 high box that is delivered in here. And form and Brian Uriah. We've been talking a lot about the riders who are making the step up to Moto 3 next season, but that does of course leave somewhat of a vacuum for the 2026 JuniorGP season. And Julio Pugliese is just on screen there on that Asphalt team. He'd be one of the front runners, you'd have to imagine, next season. David Gonzalez is there as well. That's a rapid rider.
Yeah.
Has that consistency. He does have a podium in Misano, but where's the championship? 9th in the championship. Well, yeah. Leonardo Zani, of course. He's had an excellent season, a race winner back in Aragon. When you go down, there has to be said that the category is in good hands. Of course, there will be riders stepping up to the JuniorGP category from the European Talent Cup next season, from further afield as well. Cano, Fernando Pocosa, so plenty of talent coming through. But I've been on the race ahead about 3 minutes until we get underway.
Let's take a look at our starting grid then. It is Marco Morelli on pole, accompanied on the front row by Henry and Brian Uriah. On row 2 is Gonzalez, Esteban and Zani. Then behind them, on row 3, Cruz, Calmella and Zani. On row 4, O'Gorman, Pratama and Pugliese. Row 5, Mousi, Bellon and Belton. On row 6, Mitani, Abruzzo and Michel. Behind them, on row 7, we've got Modignani, Boggio and Ramastopper. On row 8 is Brown, Pomeroy and Nicholas. On row 9, Singapore, Uchiumi and Daniel. And on the back 2 rows, we have Parker, Tietzi and Bertolat. And then on row 11, it's Chonrod and Truchot.
Get underway then, 14 warm-up laps here in Valencia as the curtain comes down on the 2025 JuniorGP season. And Connor, I'm going to ask you yet again, who's going to win?
I feel like these questions are very unfair when you've got that feel of the quality. I think I might edge towards what I said previously, whilst remaining on the fence, and point out that Marco Morelli has been unstoppable so far over the course of this weekend in Valencia, and he showed us that again this morning in race 1.
Yeah, he was absolutely incredible. I mean, 6 seconds plus gap. It's hard not to look at Morelli as the overwhelming favourite here, but of course, if Uriah can get away well and go with them, then he can be in with the chance at all. Rico Salmela has some good pace as well through the opening race. Would have maybe caught that podium battle if it wasn't for that long lap penalty. So just to go a little bit left field, I think I'm going to go for the flying spin. Rico Salmela to take a win here.
Maiden win.
Well, his first win in the season,
Yeah.
It'll be his first win in the season and it would solidify third in the championship for him. Of course, Uriah has already got the gold medal shown up. Morelli has 1 hand and 4 fingers on the silver medal. Fully point advantage over Salmela. Whatever happens, Morelli will finish on the podium. And then the battle for bronze continues. Salmela does have a slight outside chance of overtaking Morelli in second if he wins. but he has a 5-point advantage over Joel Esteban. Of course, Rios is also in contention at the podium earlier today. He's 8 points behind Pamela. And Casey O'Gorman has an outside chance of getting himself amongst the top 3.
No one can rule out there at all.
Yeah, all riders capable of finishing on the podium. Let's see what happens then. 16 laps of Junior GP Fun coming your way. Just about to get underway as riders roll up to their grid. But green flag waves in the background, the red flag leaves the track. Eyes are on the light. We have the first set of lights coming up and we're ready to go. We are racing. Marco Morelli gets a good start. Uriaki gets a better one. He fires himself right onto the rear wheel of the number 97 plus the Junior GP champion. Superb start from the number 51. David Gonzalez off to a good start as well, pushing himself into the top 3 from the head of the second row. Joel Esteban sits in 5th place, but for how long? The Jesus Rios is coming through on Esteban. Esteban down to 6th, with Rios up to 5th. But Morelli has got the start he wanted, while Uriarte is up into 2nd position. We have the faller at turn 3. Yellow flags are out. Not quite sure who it is just yet. We'll bring you an update once we know ourselves.
It might be Nicolin, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, the number 37 of Mariano Nicoli will have an issue there. The Australian rider. Disappointment for him early door, so let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, crashed out straight away. Disappointment then. His race, his run before it had even began. Let's see who will join. But back out front, it is Morelli leading the field as he has every lap here in Valencia so far. But Uriarte paying close attention to him. David Gonzalez as well.
Yeah, absolutely. David Gonzalez got away well, it seems, as well. Chasing down Brian Uriarte, and Uriarte we believe that, unlike in race 1, he's not battling anyone here, but he was chopping and changing. But the immense majority of our opener here in Valencia with Jesus Rios. This time around, he seems to be able to just have a bit of space, and he's got to try and take advantage of that. He's going to have any chance of chasing down Morelli.
So, round they come to knock off the opening laps here in the Junior GP season finale, and it's fun as it has been this weekend. Morelli at the head of the grid as we've lost that leader, pratama, who's gone down in the background. I think it is. Disappointment then for pratama. Yeah, unfortunately, he hoped for a good result to send him off to Moto3 next season. The young Indonesian rider is a serious talent, an Asian Talent Cup champion, of course, in 2023, if I am not mistaken, and a pretty dominant winner that season as well. Unfortunately, though, hasn't got his way into, hasn't broken onto the podium this year. Red Bull Rookie Cup thought he was excellent throughout the campaign. So one to watch in Moto3 next season.
And it's just behind David Gonzalez there, looking to make a move, or it looked like that, but he's biding his time. But just behind there we do have Adrian Cruz and Rico Salmela as well, battling early on.
Salmela is out. And that's got consequences in the championship standing, because Salmela currently occupies P3 in the championship standing. Is that crash going to cost him a chance of the bronze medal? If I'm not mistaken, it should put Joel Esteban or Jesus Rios now, I think. Joel Esteban slightly behind Jesus Rios, so we'll have the light standing very shortly to bring you confirmation, but I think it will be Esteban who's in 3rd position. Uriarte then, not letting Morelli escape early doors here. Jesus Rios working his way through on David Gonzalez. You called it earlier, Connor. Rios is on the charge here, and it's a 1-2-3 as you were from race 1.
Yeah, Jim, what they're going to turn 2 now, but Rios absolutely wants to watch over the course of this race. Now that he's got a bit of space ahead of him, he's got to try and maintain his calm as he's got Gonzalez just behind. But the real key to this race is Uriarte managing to keep the pressure on Marco Morelli, because he's going to want to win in style.
Yeah, absolutely. He just has the fastest lap in the replay. Uriarte, and that's what happened to him. Unfortunately for him.
I think he might have cursed them, if I do recall correctly. 5 minutes ago, you were suggesting that he was going to be walking away from Seguin Ricardo Tunnel with a goal medal.
The commentator's curtain strike yet again. My
Oh,
apologies.
and there goes Uriarte.
And there goes your commentator's curse. Marco Morelli fighting back though. Marco Morelli not giving up the lead there. That's the first time he has been challenged for the lead here in Valencia. And Uriarte fired his way through, coming through turn 11. Morelli fighting immediately back.
Yeah, Morelli knows he's there now though. This is going to be a wonderful battle between these two young riders. Just get further back there, Uriarte. David Gonzalez there, moves into P3.
Yeah, Jesus Rios. Joel Esteban, David Gonzalez then.
Yeah,
that match just behind. So Jesus Rios actually, as you can see there, tied on points with Joel Esteban for the bronze medal. But Rios does have it by virtue of a better winning record and big span. But of course, things can very much change in the blink of an eye in JuniorGP. We all know that. So, eyes on Casey O'Gorman, who leads Adrian Cruzes in the battle for 6th position. Can either of these riders get themselves onto the coattails of David Gonzalez just ahead of them for second and lap time? A lapping same as the riders ahead of them, so they're Lawrence Conrock down. There's that Lawrence Conrock who is out of the race, pointing for the number 2. He has rejoined, but at turn 4. So, had a few early fallers and something into that here in Valencia. Yeah. Down at turn 4. But then was very frustrating. Fair to say he is disappointed with that one. Marco Morelli then doing the front running once again here. Brian Uriarte challenged him briefly for the lead a few corners ago, about a lap ago, but hasn't shown him anything since. Jesus Rios stepping in for third with Joel Esteban, David Gonzalez to chase. Then there's Casey O'Gorman. Is that David Gonzalez who's got down? Like it is David Gonzalez. Gonzalez is out of the running here. Yeah, the number 11 is out of the podium battle. What a disappointing way for Gonzalez to finish his season. Again, another rider who has crashed but quickly rejoined. So the back of the field now has the likes of Mariano Nicolas, Rico Sarmela running at the back, and David Gonzalez will be joining them. Lawrence Conrock as well in there too. Crashing out of 5th place.
Rios getting closer there to our leading duo of Morelli and Uriarte. He just recorded a 1:37.462, which is faster than both the current race leaders. Their little battle maybe breaking Rios' hands to catch up. Trying to take advantage of it. Does go wide there though.
About a second gap there, as you can see on the left hand side of timing. 0.913. Uriarte looks like a slight moment there at the end of the picture. So, Morelli, Uriarte, Rios, as you were from race 1, the standout trio down here in Valencia, once again doing the front running. Joel Esteban looking to go with them. Joel Esteban, a 1:37.8 last time round. Rios dropped in by 4/10 of a second. What about this time as he comes through sector 4? The battle for 5th, currently led by Casey O'Gorman. O'Gorman looking for a strong finish to his JuniorGP career. Steps up to the Moto3 World Championship next year with the 658 Scotch coursing. Has a few bike lengths advantage then, and he comes over the line over Adrian Cruzes and Leonardo Zani.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep it calm though with riders of there right behind him. So Cruzes and Zani have been impressive this year. Zani of course not together to get that win earlier in the campaign.
Yeah, number of riders here. This is the battle for 11, led by Den Matani over Leo Ramsdorfer. Something bouncy in there, looking to make a few moves. It is Den Matani, the number 32, looking to end the season here with a top 10. So, second thing. 5/10 of a second now behind Evan Bedford. So Matani is down a top 10 finish here. Back out front though, no problem so far for Marco Morelli. Sweden lead Brian Uriaki. The gap then between Uriaki and Jesus Rios has come down to about a tenth of a second. So he's chipping away at it, is Jesus Rios. Third
Coming
place
down
as
further as
things
well.
stand would be good enough to steal third in the championship ahead of Joel Esteban for Rios. So you have to see how much he is willing to risk here in the season finale.
He's doing incredibly well. He, of course, started moving up 4 spots, and qualifying really proved to be a bit of a for him. Like, you get the feeling that he started a bit further up the grid, then maybe he would have been able to maintain the pressure on the riders that are currently leading. But Uriaki, as you see them going through turn 1 now, doing so well.
Looks like Uriaki was really going to line up a move into turn 2, but Paul ran off the circuit slightly there. Looks like he was trying to get the better drive out of turn 1, maybe fire one up the inside of turn 2, but let's go for him on this occasion. Plenty of time left in this race. Course 1:37.55 from Uriaki was the fastest lap last time around, I believe, or his own fastest one. Jesus Rios in the 1:37.5, as was Marco Morelli. So a pace above these riders, the only riders in the 1:37 last time. So, Uriaki, has he got anything for Marco Morelli coming around turn 8, maybe into turn 11? Rios slowly chiseling away at that advantage as he's in a bit of a wobble coming around turn 8 there. Nothing going this time, Morelli. And composed out front. He has been absolutely safe this weekend, young Argentinian. Pole sitter with half a second to spare in his back pocket, and then race winner in the morning race here in JuniorGP with about 6.5 seconds to spare in his back pocket. And this is the most pressure he has had all weekend, or all day, and is managing it quite well, I have to say. Brian Uriaki did make a move for the lead at turn 11 a few laps ago, but Morelli responded in time almost completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the duel between these two is absolutely sensational. You can see how it's kind of watching up there. They are both box.
Star of the future, the next star coming through the 72-hour fast system.
Rios cruises then with track limit warning.
Yeah, 1-1 for Jesus Rios as he tries to keep pace. 1:37.4 last time around though for Marco Morelli, the fastest lap at 1:37.4 from Uriaki, also 1:37.4 from Jesus Rios. These two guys are a world of their own in terms of pace. The next fastest rider going around 1:38.1, so over 10 of a second, 7 tenths of a second. Gorman, I think it was, no, it's Danny. So they are just in a whole different world. This is what Max Morelli had in racing to this moment here. But this one, Marco Morelli had in race 1. Just unmatched the pace. But this time around, he is being matched by Uriaki and by Jesus Rios. Rios does have more ground to make up. And a little bit of a gap does open up between the 97 and 61 stalls for the first time in this race. But Uriaki has just a 5 seconds ahead of Jesus Rios. So Rios is gaining a couple.
Yeah, Rios edging slowly but surely towards the leading 2. You have to hope that he's capable of matching their pace to what's left of this race. Using those tyres, those Pirelli tyres, quite significantly trying to catch up. But there he is, confirmation that he's just set the fastest lap, 1:37.427.
Yeah, superb stuff. He's really coming into his own now. He's around the halfway stage of this JuniorGP race here in Valencia, the number 54. Looking to close the gap to Morelli and Uriaki ahead of him. It's about 10th of a second on our timing screen, and a 10th of the graphic. Morelli and Uriaki run a little bit wider, but it does look like that. Yeah, it looks like 54 has visibly closed up. by length or two in the last lap on the two riders ahead of him. So, looks like it's going to be a three-way fight. There we have confirmation. Lappe took nearly 10 of a second out of Uriarte.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from the Spaniard as he looks to get closer. As you mentioned there, we are seeing him visibly get closer to the back wheel of Brian Uriarte. There's numbers 472 seconds between the two Spaniards.
Yeah, it's down to 4/10 of a second now. The gap between Rios and Uriarte. Rios by far has the best pace here, 1:37.4 last time around. The only rider in the 1:37.4 last time around, and that is the fastest lap of the race. What have we got coming for us this time around? 1:37.3 from Jesus Rios. Absolutely sensational pace from the P-Network Near Racing rider. He is now closing in fast on Uriarte and Morelli. A 1:37.3 from Rios. The other two riders were in the 1:37.4 mids. So he is quite a bit quicker per lap coming around. Sullivan Mounty then making move on Leo Ramastorfer a little further back, but that's a wide there. Just ahead of his Julio Mucciati and the number 2 of Evan Belford. Both of whom fighting for the final top 10 position. Would be a strong result from both riders. But it's turn off the season. And that is Rios, and in a pace that is just too hot to handle. Can he rejoin? Because if he rejoins, he will be in point scoring position. But he brought some gravel onto the track there. That is Adrian Cruzes, who is behind him. So he's joined in 6th position. So that is a costly mistake from Jesus Rios. We were complimenting, we were praising him for setting such an unbelievable pace. Unbelievable pace, and indeed it proved to be unbelievable as he crashed out. Oh, disappointment, that is. Podium gone up in smoke for Jesus Rios, and it made the championship there. We had a quick glance at the P-Network box. A lot of disappointed faces in there, including that of David Almanza, the Model 3 rider, who of course has spent 6 years in the JuniorGP category. So that means Morelli and Uriarte have got a 5-second advantage or so over Joel Esteban, who is now our runner. Casey O'Gorman in 4th position, Leonardo Zanni in 5th, and running really wide there. Time and time again, riders are going very, very wide at turn 1 and 8. But there's a podium on offer here, Casey O'Gorman has been said. And all the bronze medal positions, or all the bronze medal hopefuls, better said, they're not enjoying the best of days here. Joel Esteban now, if he finishes here, he will win, or take the bronze medal at a canter. Jesus Rios still sits in 4th in the standings. Casey O'Gorman is in with the chance here. Rico Talmeda was in with the chance and was holding on to the position, but he's also crashed out of contention. So, Danny Gonzalez as well was chasing down a podium, crashed out. So it's been a pretty crash-strewn afternoon, it has to be said, with about 5.5 laps to go.
Yeah, it's been dramatic to say the least. There's still about a second, 1.3 seconds between Joel Esteban and Casey O'Gorman. But O'Gorman has performed fantastically, but maintaining calm. He's going to try and reel in Esteban here. These leading two have been absolutely sensational from the start. Maybe you wouldn't have said that Brian Uriarte would be able to match the pace of Marco Morelli. Well, that would have been to underestimate our champion here in JuniorGP. Brian Uriarte has managed to keep the pace with Marco Morelli from start to finish here. It's not giving him a moment's peace, and those two are going to be going at it right until the last. Short of that, Esteban pulls through there. Gorman does look like he's getting closer.
Yeah, he runs very wide there. One has a bit of a wobble as well coming down front straight. So, can Casey O'Gorman or Leonardo Zanni close the gap to Joel Esteban in P3? It currently stands at about 0.8 of a second. Last time around, O'Gorman was lapping in 1:38.3. Joel Esteban was lapping in 1:38.8. So, Connor, he said, if this looks like it's coming down, the proof is in the pudding there. He had about half a second there, 6/10 of a second. What about the opening two sectors here? And he is quicker again in O'Gorman. They match each other going through sector 1, but he's about 6/10 quicker going through sector 2 in case of O'Gorman. I was also going to mention that the number 97 already looked like it opened up a bit of a gap. He was out 2.5 tenths on the second, but Uriarte has closed that up.
Yeah, we've seen him do that time and time again over the course of this race. I mean, he was able to in race 1. This time around, every time Morelli looks like he's opening a gap, he'll just see Uriarte right there behind him again at the next corner. So Uriarte doing so well to maintain the pace, maintain the pressure, maybe even make the move here as we go into turn 1. Not quite close enough there between our two race leaders for Uriarte to make his move there.
Yeah, nothing going that occasion, but just showing him the front wheel as here we see now the battle for the podium. The final podium place is beginning to really heat up. O'Gorman and Danny have caught Esteban. There's only a couple of tenths, about 4/10 of a second, I think, between those podium hopefuls. Back out front though, Marco Morelli is still in the lead. We saw some nervous faces there in the M-Lab box.
And rightly so, when you've got a rider
A moment
like
ago, yeah.
Uriarte behind you. Of course, if Marco Morelli were to win,
Here we go. Uriarte, there it is. There's the move. He's been building to that over the last few corners. Uriarte, what does Marco Morelli now have in response? Coming through left to 9, right through 10 and around turn 11. Can Morelli come back on the inside? It looks like Uriarte's got to bend him and close any possibility of the inside line, but here he comes through 12, nothing yet for Marco Morelli. Turn 14 is his next big opportunity. He was slightly onto the green there, but will Morelli make a move? He's done all the front running. This is the longest he has not been in the lead down in Valencia, and Uriarte's going to hold on to the lead coming out of the final corner. What about going into turn 1? Morelli into the slipstream off to number 51. 3 laps to go here in the season finale. Can the Argentinian fight back and get himself ahead?
Yeah, this is opportunity for Morelli. If he can just get close enough, it doesn't look like he is. But Morelli's not going to enjoy seeing Uriarte from behind now after having spent so long ahead. And now, Casey O'Gorman is looking like he was going to try and make a move there on Esteban. And they go side by side. Is it O'Gorman who leads? It is. O'Gorman now moves into P3. Can he make it stick here ahead of Joel Esteban?
Yeah, the inside line there from O'Gorman proving pivotal. He had the advantage coming down the straight, but the goal went wide at turn 1 now. Casey O'Gorman has got himself up onto the podium. What a superb result. This would put the Irish rider on his farewell. Joel Esteban then shuffles down to 4th. It should still be good enough for the bronze medal in the championship chase. Leonardo Zani, though, is also eyeing up a little bit of silverware for himself here in Valencia. You see the position progression there from Casey O'Gorman. Up 7 places. He's got phenomenal pace here late on with 2.5 laps remaining. We've got yellow flags out in turn 2.
Yes, Six Singapore has gone down.
Yana Six Singapore, disappointingly for him now, is out of the running. So, eyes on this battle for P3. It's really heating up now, the action in both the battle for the victory and the battle for bronze here in Valencia. O'Gorman's got a couple of bike lengths to spare over Esteban with Leonardo Zani in P5.
Yeah, it looks like Zani has been waiting for the right moment as well. Whether it's going to come now or he's still got a bit of time left with Zani. Again, a phenomenal rider, and as O'Gorman has very much managed to catch up with Joel Esteban, when is he going to find an opportunity to try and make his move, get ahead of Joel Esteban? But for the time being, it's still Esteban who occupies P4.
Yeah, some more nervous faces there in the P-Network box. There could be an attack coming here from the number 57. It looks like he's about to line up the inside move at turn 2, but nothing going for Zani that time around. Got a little bit out of shape going in on entry there. So it's as you were in this battle for P3. Casey O'Gorman, he's got a couple of bike links and landing, and just cool, calm, composed. Just over a lap and a half remaining. Back out front, it's still Brian Uriarte over Marco Morelli. Nothing separates that duo, the standout riders of the 2025 European Junior GP Championship, I should say. So, a fitting finale, Connor, here from what has been an incredible season in Junior GP.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Brian Uriarte is able to maintain his lead over Morelli, you would deny him 3 wins on the bounce, which of course Uriarte was able to achieve at the beginning of the season in both Estoril and Jerez. So that'd be a little thing that Uriarte would like to maintain, I'm sure. His record of consecutive wins.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Uriarte over Morelli with a lap and a half to go, not even. We're coming over the last corner now, and it's Morelli who has fought back and taken the advantage. So number 97 has gotten himself ahead of Uriarte at the final corner. Last lap then of the Junior GP season. Marco Morelli leads the champion, Brian Uriarte. Through turn 1 they go. Uriarte has no move in the hopping. They both run it very, very wide. Marco Morelli still holds the advantage, but is there a move coming up the inside from Uriarte at turn 2? There absolutely is. Can Morelli get him on the cutback? Nothing going for the Argentinian on the cutback. Turn 11 is his next big opportunity. Perhaps he'll do something before then. Perhaps he'll do something before then, won't he? At turn 4 and 5. I'm getting ahead of myself. I forgot about half the turn. Brilliant stuff from Marco Morelli. The number 97 is back in. Turn 6, Angel Nieto corner, holds it steady through there. Emilio Altamore, the 72 Airbox team, watch on nervously. Now, turn 8, Brian Uriarte, has he got anything for the Argentinian out front? What about the battle for P3? It's Joel Esteban. Got anything for the 67, Casey O'Gorman coming through turn 8? I think he was going to try and move up the inside there. Turn 10, turn 11 then. Nothing going here for Uriarte just yet. Turn 12 and 14 is next big opportunities. Esteban has been taken P3 away from Casey O'Gorman back at turn 11. So, O'Gorman will try and move surely at the final couple of corners, overtaking hotspots through 12 and 14. Marco Morelli, though, has he got this one covered? Uriarte coming the wider line there, looking to come back. They touch rear wheel and front wheel, but it is going to be Marco Morelli, surely, who takes the victory here. The number 97 goes back-to-back over Brian Uriarte. What about the battle for bronze? Joel Esteban looks to have it covered. Can Casey O'Gorman get out of the slipstream and take a podium? Nothing going. Joel Esteban takes P3 in the race and the championship. So, there you have it. Marco Morelli, back-to-back race winner, 3 in a row for the Argentinian.
Absolutely breathless stuff here in Junior GP. What a last lap. Marco Morelli and Brian Uriarte battling it out there for the top spot on the podium here in Valencia. It could have gone either way. Uriarte gave it absolutely everything he had, but it wasn't enough to match what Marco Morelli has done here in Valencia over the course of this weekend. He's been absolutely sensational, and he can proudly wave that Argentinian flag. He steps on the top spot of the podium for the 3rd time in a row, and the 2nd time here in Valencia. And a good little sporting moment between the two as they congratulate each other for what has been an absolutely sensational race.
Salmela then crossing the line as the final rider. What a day it is for the MLab squad. Marco Morelli takes the 3 victories in a row. What a way to sign off your Junior GP career as he jumped up to the Aspar team in Moto3 World Championship next season. He is certainly going to be one of the rookies to watch. I, for one, cannot wait to see Morelli and Uriarte do it all over again next season. Two of the finest talent to come through in recent years. A phenomenal showing to bring the curtain down on the 2025 campaign. Uriarte, though, takes P2 today, but most importantly, he is your Junior GP World Champion. He wrapped that up in Barcelona last time. 46 is an incredible record Uriarte has. He won the opening 3 races of the year. Mikey Corsi led the race before crashing out with the division. P8 in Aragon, and then he went back to winning ways in race 2 in Aragon. Picked up a Susano race win in race 2. Race 1 saw him on the podium, and now it's his 4th consecutive incredible record. Incredible consistency from Uriar. Whereas Marco Morelli ended the season equally as incredible. Picked up his podium. Now, a reminder that he is just a rookie in the JuniorGP category. He got his first podium in race 2 in Aragon. Then he got that breakthrough win at Misano. Race 1 followed up with the podium. P4 in Catalonia, where he led going into the final corner, and was unlucky not to be on the podium, and also unlucky not to win it. And then he got 3 race wins. Curved up. Then to close out the season with a hat-trick of victories from the Argentinian. Celebrations are very much in full flow down in Parc Ferme after an incredible JuniorGP season. Riders steal in through pit lane and up towards Parc Ferme. Celebrate. A big embrace from Marco Morelli, leading for passenger from the Emland squad. A big embrace from the team manager, Paulie Webb. As they bid farewell to one another in the most fitting of circumstances, or in the perfect way, shall we say, Ryder Yard. Also going to be leading the 72 Airbox team as he prepares for life on the World Championship stage. John Esteban, 3, and secures the bronze medal in 2025. Capitalizing on that wing crash for Jesus Rios. Who will be returning Moto 3 World Championship Esteban, of course. Jumped up in 2024 in Moto, not bad for returning category full time. And of course, it appear plenty in Moto 3 Championship as a substitute rider and wildcard rider on a number of occasions. Look at the back for first here. And goes with the first move from Uriak, so Merlin responded immediately. It was a wider line. Uriak tried to stop. Touched tires at the final corner. Uriak gave it his all, but it was Morelli who took the win. A warm embrace between the on-track rivals. Plenty more of the two of them in years to come on the biggest stage of all, that is the World Championship stage in Moto 3. We can hear from our race winners then. Marco Morelli is down.
That's right, Chris. Marco, first of all, massive congratulations. 3 wins in a row. It wasn't easy to try and push you all the way in this race, but what a way to say goodbye to your team and to the championship.
Yeah, it was amazing to finish like this. An incredible season. We finished with 4 races, 4 win races. As you say, 3 races. So yeah, I'm very happy. In this end of the championship, we did a fantastic job. We worked super hard to be in these positions. I remember at the beginning of the season was completely disaster. And to be now here is just only say thank you. I am sad but happy because in the end this weekend I did what I want to do, is give MLab a double win, so to finish this relationship together in the best way possible, and yeah, I'm super happy.
En esta carrera, Brian no se lo puso fácil para nada, pero ahora han conseguido 3 victorias seguidas y vaya manera de despedir a su equipo y también este campeonato.
Sí, la verdad que súper agradecido. La carrera no fue fácil, Brian estuvo muy fuerte esta vez. Pero bueno, jugué en mis cartas, al final tuvimos una bonita batalla al final, la última vuelta. Y nada, súper agradecido, súper contento. Al final nos vamos con 4 victorias esta temporada. Si me lo hubieras a decir al principio de temporada, no me lo hubiera creído porque estábamos sufriendo un montón. Y al final terminar así es una manera muy bonita de terminar, sobre todo con el equipo, con el campeonato, dar el salto al campeonato del mundo de esta manera. Es increíble, solo tengo palabras para decir gracias y gracias a toda la gente que me ha seguido durante este camino.
Congratulations again.
Michael Morelli launched from pole position in race 2 in Valencia, and he got the dream launch, taking the whole shot as Brian Uriaki fired himself onto the rear wheel of the Argentinian. We had a couple of fallers early in the day. Mariano Nicolas and Veda Pratama amongst them, as their season came to close in a disappointing fashion, as it did for Rico Salmela. A crash cost him the bronze medal for the 2025 championship. Norris Gunrock also crashing out of contention. David Gonzalez was running in 5th position when the number 11 went down into the gravel. But out front, there were no such problems for Marco Morelli or Brian Uriaki. Jesus Rios was setting an unbelievable pace behind the lead duo, but it was too unbelievable that he has also crashed out of contention late in the day, though he did rejoin to pick up a finishing position inside the top 8. That handed Joel Esteban P3, while Morelli and Uriaki back for victory. Kicking one Leonardo Dani caught up with Joel Esteban and set their sights on the final podium place. Uriaki was looking for victory and made a move up the inside of Morelli, but Morelli did manage to respond quickly. Casey O'Gorman touched easily off the hands of Joel Esteban, going around turn 2 late on. Well, back out front, Uriaki was throwing the kitchen sink at Marco Morelli and did get ahead of the number 97, but the 97 just seemed to have an answer for every attack, while Joel Esteban seemed to respond on Casey O'Gorman to take 3rd in race 2 in Valencia and the championship, while Morelli held on for victory over Uriaki to seal 2nd in the championship and 3 consecutive victories in JuniorGP.
Now we're going to our podium celebrations there. Joel Esteban, the first to come out. With a podium for Esteban. The Catalonian are putting it down as well. Brian Uriaki and Marco Morelli joining on the rostrum. You have won respectively. And for the second time today, we will hear the Argentinian national anthem. JuniorGP being presented by Mr. Jean-Marc Benu. Joel Esteban with his hardball for P3. Uriaki gave it everything he had in a duel from start to finish with Marco Morelli. And it is David Alonso, Moto3 world champion and current Moto2 rider, who presents the trophy. Morelli then celebrating with McCauley. on Emma. David Alonso, Colombia presenting the trophy. Good Argentinian Mark Pirelli, and a great union in that M-Lab team as well on the podium as they enjoy their Prosecco and rose water activities. Fantastic celebrations there. For the last time in the FIM World Championship in 2025. These are the final results after that race. It was Mark Pirelli with a win, followed on the podium by Brian Uriarte and Joel Esteban. Casey O'Gorman finished 4th in the end, followed by Leonardo Zani. Jesus Rios finished despite his crash. Adrian Cruz in 7th, actually 8th, and Ed Belford with an excellent 9th. In 10th, Giulio Pugliese. In 11th, Dora Boggio. 12th, Sullivan Mounty. 13th, Monodiani. 14th, Ramastorfer. 15th, Pomera. And Mitani with Michelo in 7th. Ujumi in 18th, Farkas in 19th, Abruzzo in 20th, Daniel in 21st, Brown in 22nd, in V23, Checo Etienne in 24, Eduardo Bertola, and 25th, Rico Almela. In 26th, it was Show, and in 27th, John Rock with Belon, Gonzalez, Singapore, and Nicolis, as well as Pratama, sailing. Those results mean that our championship standings at the end of the 2025 campaign finish like this. Brian Uriarte is the leader. Morelli in 2, Esteban moves into 3, and Henry Rios in 8th. Rico Smella drops to 5th, O'Gorman 6th, Zani 7th, Zani 6th. David Gonzalez finishes 9th. Pratama 10th, Mitani 11th, Pugliese 12th, Evan Belford finished ahead of Ramastorfer 13th, Mountain 15th, Bodger 15th, and Hanley 5th. Abruzzo 18th, Fernandez 19th, Alcina 21st, Pomera, Modigliani 22nd, Singapore 23rd, Bellon 24th, Yellon. Nicholas 26th, Brown 37th, and Kevin Parker 28th. And that brings a thrilling year of Junior GP action to an incredible conclusion. All of these riders performed incredibly well, but it was Brian Uriarte who takes the lead in the standings with a sensational season. But here in Valencia, no one could match Marco Morelli.
fifth and final race of the day and the last chapter of the 2025 season. Stock class thunder onto the iconic tarmac of Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. The riders face 14 twisty turns on the renowned anti-clockwise layout. The circuit carved into the heart of the Valencian community and famous for its stadium-like atmosphere. Today, these three riders come into the race with title ambitions. Fresh from saving his maiden victory last time out, Tibor Varga arrives as a rider everyone wants to beat. The Hungarian carries momentum but not much margin for comfort. Just 6 points separates him from the ever-dangerous Iker Garcia. Standing second in third is Jacopo Cassaro, and needs both of his rivals to falter if he can steal the crown at the final hurdle. All the ingredients are in place. Time to go race. There were plenty of fans in Barcelona last time out as Iker Garcia climbed up on pole position. But disaster struck early for the then championship leader. He went down in a turn 1 collision with Filippo Fellini and David Real, opening the door for his title rival to pounce, and so they did. Venturini and Cretaro immediately began dicing it out at the front, and David Jimenez also crashed out. Tibor Erik Varga was pushed down the order in the chaos of that opening corner incident, but the Hungarian kept his composure and steadily worked his way back to the front. Garcia rejoined after the crash, but eventually retired, while mate Nicholas Bevelasquez's fall only added to a difficult day for the GP Camoens squad. Back at the front, Alvaro Fuertes made a late fade towards the lead, but Varga launched a decisive move into turn 1 on the final lap to retake control. Fuertes ran it wide, slipped off the podium as a result, and from there, Varga managed to control his corners perfectly to claim victory and the championship lead. Welcome to Valencia for the season finale. Circuit Ricardo Tormo has hosted 2 title-deciding races already, and this is the third one. Just 1 point in it ahead of Lights Out for Varga, your championship leader, in the stock your championship. It is Iker Garcia 1 point behind, while Jacopo Cassaro is still in mathematical contention. But who knows what can happen, as is the case with the stock class all season. I'm Chris Jordan, joining me in the commentary booth for what should be a gritty finale and title decider is Connor Doherty. Connor, welcome along. How much are you looking forward to?
This is always one of the highlights of any FIM JuniorGP World Championship weekend. The stock race rarely fails to deliver excitement from start to finish. And here in Valencia, I expect it to be more of the same, as you mentioned there. The title race is here to be decided, and that in and of itself already provides so much excitement. And then the fact that the atmosphere here is absolutely incredible. We've seen a paddock full of fans all weekend, and they're going to be enjoying this race, I'm sure, as much as we are, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all teed up to be a wonderful end of the season race. Tibor Varga is your championship leader, but it's Iker Garcia who launched from pole position.
Well, I expect all, because this weekend I feel very, very good. I have the ideas very clear, push and try to win the race. And today the bike was amazing. I feel very, very well. And for tomorrow, the same. Try to push and win the race and the championship. Thanks to the team for the work.
A 135 to 3-0 then from Iker Garcia, start on pole position, and it has to be said, he's very much the form rider this weekend. He has rushed a class above throughout the 3-race weekend. 2 wins, 3 podiums this season, 4 poles, just won the championship set. A reminder, he did start before last time out, but went down in that Antonia open corner. That is what has got to be bother in terms of the championship. Was Varga punishing him the max back then, picking up the 25 points with victory. Varga, however, will be starting on the outside of the second row. He didn't have special time in qualifying, he pulled it out right at the very end to get himself onto the second row.
Yeah, just you mentioned there about Garcia. He looked so consistent all year, and just what happened in Catalunya was so frustrating for the Spaniard as well, having won, of course, in Misano and in our season opener in Estoril.
Yeah, Alberto Garcia, P2 then on the grid, Marco Tapia, P3, just quick words on Alberto Garcia. Looks pretty good, switching over to Yamaha, picked up that podium on debut in Misano 12 last time out, but Garcia ought to be working together, one might imagine.
Absolutely crazy. It'll be very interesting to see how this race plays out. Let's look at Ruben Romero there.
So, plenty of riders then in between Ivor Varga and Iker Garcia, P1 and P6. So we've already touched on Alberto Garcia and Marco Tapia. On road, Ruben Romero and Archie Robinson. These riders know how to get it done in moto in 4-4 Gomez will be racing on or off this season. Ivor Varga, championship leader, has 1 point advantage over Iker Garcia. There you have it, Jacopo Spettaro. Then 12 points off the pace, so he's still very much in contention in Spettaro, but he's actually 7 here today. Something rash has to be said happened to both Varga and Garcia. There is Spettaro, the number 73. He's had a stellar enough campaign. Could have had a little bit more fun if you cast your mind back. Headache. Running in amongst the top. Very much so. Yeah, so they did the corner, but that is not and managed to get over the line and support something. Right, it's the first gunner, it's the first but if he has and very much there is Spettaro, the number 3. We've had a stellar enough campaign.
Time to conversation now.
Could have had a little bit more fun if cast your mind back to Spettaro. And then the next start running in amongst the top. Very much so. So, our eyes are firmly fixed on the title battle. Nothing is decided. We have 3 riders in contention for the title. That's riders 1, 2, 3, of course. While the likes of Licia, Sabo, Huetes, and Bob McDonald can still get themselves into the medal. That's Bob McDonald would a victory for his riders ahead of him, not scoring points. But Huetes and Licia are a little bit closer. Jacopo Spettaro is third. So we should be ready to go in about 5 minutes time. Finale shot race here. A winner back in Maggie Core, of course. Third as well.
Something to build on.
Yeah,
for the young Italian.
Absolutely. Podium last time out, so through the pack and upset the apple cart of our race favourite. So 4 minutes or so to go. We just have eyes now on Emmanuel Brinton. 4 minutes to go until we get this title decider underway, Connor, and I have to ask you, as I always do, who do you think is going to take victory and who is going to
can I build my bench before I decide to sit on it? I think it's very, very difficult to call this class. I mean, the likes of Thibaut Varga, Iker Garcia have been excelling very, very consistently. The one concern I would have for Iker Garcia is obviously that he would have lost a bit of that form that went into the category with the finishes. That could be tremendously frustrating. I don't think he's going to other concerns as a consequence of that as well. He's got to come out swinging here and redeem himself after what happened in Barcelona. It's still just 1 point separating him and Varga. And I think we're very much going to be seeing a bit of a Texas shootout between those two over the course of this dog race.
Yeah, somewhat. Bounce back with form. I think he's bounced back already. The pre-weekend, pre-race form throughout the weekend has been pretty excellent, and he does not like the race favourite here. Of course, the championship will naturally come into play, so he and Varga are close together at that point. Wonder how much that will play on his mind.
Yeah, let's take a look at the starting grid then. On row 1 from Paul, it is Garcia, Deacon, followed by Alberto, and Tapia as well on the front row. On row 2, Romero, McDonald and Varga. On row 3, Guerrero, Fuertes and Pulli. On row 4, Dia, Venturini and Brinton. Row 5, Santos, Trias and Ruiz. On row 6, Sanchez, Aksu and Real. Behind them on row 7 we've got Enrique, Borgel and Jesus. On row 8, Taiki, Andrenacci and Capote. On row 9, Jimenez, Del Olmo and Mahasi. On row 10, Pan Rosmalen, Bevilacqua and Daliano. And at the back, row 11, Filipinko and Blaskin.
So underway for the warm-up lap here in Valencia. Who will add their name to the long list of Scott JuniorGP champions? Previous winners, of course, including the likes of Fermin Almaguer, who is now the rookie of the year in Moto. Danny Munoz, of course, Eric Fernandez, back in 2023, and now regularly causing some problems for riders in Moto 2 in the best way possible, of course. Moto finisher in the Moto 2 is wildcard riders this year, contending at the middle end of proceeding majority of the season in really impressive World Championship level.
As he was here, of course, as well. Varga leading, and a combination of championship champions leading in the championship as well. That's just 1 point ahead of Iker Garcia. Guerrero also 12 points behind.
Yeah, it's incredibly tight in the season finale of stock and the final race, of course, of the JuniorGP World Championship. We've had 3 title deciders already today, including this one, I should say. 2 title deciders done and dusted, and the third one to come. masterfully. Marco Tapia, Jacopo Crotaro, and Ruben Romero began in chase, with Crotaro looking to reel in the front two riders to keep his split tight hopes alive, but unfortunately for him, Crotaro fell behind Marco Tapia, and Varga lost the more places a little further back. At the front, Crotaro was in third position, but Marco Tapia then made his move, getting himself into Q3. Varga remained further back, slipping down the order behind Alvaro Fuertes, slightly at the nurse Paul McDonald. At the front, Iker Garcia led Alberto Garcia over the line to become our 2025 European Stock Championship winner.
Representado por Rafael García.
Team representative then from Tam Oil Racing is out. Marco Tapia, first rider out, to celebrate his first podium in the stock class. Alberto Garcia, a superb ride and a superb team effort from him today. But today just belongs to one rider, and that is Iker Garcia.
El presidente del círculo para entregar el trofeo al equipo vencedor, al GV Tamol Racing, representado por Rafael García.
John Max is the Vice President of the FIM Europe, handing out the first couple of trophies.
Para Marco Tapia como primer clasificado. Jean Marleny, el presidente del círculo, entregará a Alberto García el trofeo de la comunidad como segundo clasificado.
Alberto Garcia picks up P2. P1 for Iker Garcia.
Estamos en honor de vencedor del Giro de España. Este aplauso para el vencedor Iker García, que se ha proclamado además campeón del Top European. Y ahora llegará el momento de celebrarlo.
Out comes Prosecco then for what will be some very enjoyable celebrations that should last long into the night. One would imagine.
And right, so in our season finale, why should these riders enjoy? You can see what it means from there on the podium, and especially the teams that have worked so well together to achieve this victory in the final stock race of the year. 2025 has delivered, and Iker Garcia stands on top of the podium come the end of the campaign as they take a photo together.
So a moment both riders will never forget, particularly the one in the middle, Iker Garcia, 2025 European Stock Champion. So the curtain comes down on the 2025 campaign. Thematic back, Iker Garcia taking victory ahead of Alberto Garcia and Marco Tapia, making up the final podium. SF Racing 0, Jacopo Crotaro and Romero now on the top three. But it has been a season to remember, capped off in a memorable way.
Yeah. Absolutely, Chris. It's been a fantastic season. Varga will be frustrated, obviously, he came into this race 1 point ahead. Just ultimately, over the course of the weekend, maybe just find himself and find that feeling that he needed. He would have wanted to have been ahead of Garcia and Alberto Garcia, but they managed to place himself.
Absolutely unfortunately, Vargas, it can happen. It's just that you don't have your weekend, and we saw it in qualifying. The majority of it is down towards snatched the second row and made on, but it came to show that he didn't have the pace, unfortunately, for him this weekend, but he will come back stronger. Time for the team podium then for our new champion. Tamoil a bit of a habit of this. We should be able to lead our celebration. Well, we saw it today, the old phrase goes, there is no I in team, and there was a teamwork today that got him over the line, 100%. But his campaign in general has been fantastic and unrivaled.
Yeah, absolutely. The win in Israel, and now here in Valencia, a worthy winner of the European Championship.
So plenty of hugs and celebrations up on top of the podium here in Valencia. Deserved so, and the reason why Iker Garcia and Alberto Garcia make it a Yamaha Garcia takes the championship. Marco Tanti on the podium, Ricardo and Romero, all inside the top 10, as was the championship leader coming into this one, Tibor Varga, the Hungarian, unable to match the eventual winners of this race. Caio Axu, Fran Ruiz, Joan Santos, Carlos Ponce, Alex Jimenez, Jack Mahaffey, having almost on the race. Almost on point, as did Martin Prelude, Lasla, Silpenko, Daliano Vasquez, and Sultini. Misha Borger did not finish the race. He had a right through penalty late on in the day. Davidson, Sierra Said, Ross Marlin, Emmanuel Prince, Joan Diaz, Francisco Venturini, all crashing out of contention.
This is the Riders' Championship. Iker Garcia on 105 points, who does claim the trophy. And Eric Vargas next friend. Quartaro finished third, Black Schmidt fourth, Alvaro Fuertes in fifth, Alberto Garcia in sixth, Ruben Romero in seventh, Archibald McDonald eighth, Mohan Gomez moved down to ninth. In 10th is Juan Diaz, in 11th Venturini, 12th Polini, in 13th Emmanuel Brinson, Ron Santos in 14th, David Jimenez in 15th, Fran Ruiz in 16th, and Marco Tapia moves up 11 spaces after today's race, and is now 17th. David Sanchez then in 18th, Kate Kirsky in 19th, Bedoya in 20th, Tapia out in 3rd, Lorenzo Della Porta in 22nd, Capote in 23rd, Van was Marlin in 24th, and in 25th. Axel in 26th, Gadji in 27th, and Rudenia in 28th.
So that is a wrap on the JuniorGP World Championship 2025. 3 titles showdown on the final day of the season. Iker Garcia is your stock champion, Brian Urias is the JuniorGP champion, Carlos Cano is Moto2 went the way of Milan Pavlic. We'll see you next year in a new era for the JuniorGP. kalau misalnya kamu bawa legend biker kita bisa riding bareng sama nakama, konsepnya gitu. Karena
Itu mah gampang abang.
kalau secara
Tanpa aku jadi ladies biker pun tetap bisa.
nakama tuh gede tuh secara masa ya nakama kita secara kondisi anak-anak yang di kota nakama tuh bawa banyak masa gitu.
Kalau masalah riding bareng mah bisa kok aku. Nanti ngobrol sama Kak Kelly.
Selain riding bareng kita butuh ini adalah satu dua politik dengan mereka lah. Halo.
Halo, tadi aku ketemu dengan kamu di resto.
Iya tadi dia cerita.
Makan gratis.
Ya, ada makan gratis ya sini.
Nggak tahu.
Iya, aku masih ada sih.
Ini hari ini aku baru banget masuk kota.
Ya, lupa.
Maaf ya. Sibuk.
Ini ya, apa kuliah ya?
Benar nggak aktif dihubungin nggak bisa.
Bahkan menghilang dari ini dari website.
Iya, hilang apa?
Iya lumayan. Aku dengar dari para tuyul-tuyul, para mutiara dan tuyul. Katanya kamu mau nikah.
Iya, betul. Cuma kamu yang nggak bangun-bangun jadi bingung.
Ini bangun, ini ayo.
Ini nggak bangun dia.
Aduh, gimana sih ini? Emangnya mau nikahnya kapan? Kira-kira secepatnya kah? Atau
Masih
gimana?
nggak tahu sih itu. Tapi sebenarnya dia nggak dapat restu dari orang tua aku sih. Jadi bingung kan, tiba-tiba nggak dikasih restu aku sama Dedi. Emang sebenarnya aku juga belum ngomong itu sih.
Aduh, pusing.
Ya kan, pusing kan?
Waduh, jadi gimana dong kalau nggak dapet restu? Jadi nikah atau enggak?
Nggak tahu nih, aku bingung gimana sih dianya.
Nggak dapet restu sama ini ya, apa dari kamu yang
Dia nggak dapat restu sama Dedi, cuma nggak tahu alasannya apa. Dan semua cowok juga ditolak sih sama Dedi. Soalnya juga ada
di nomor duitnya banyak, gimana nih? Susah juga. Tapi ya, apa abang-abang kamu masih kah?
abang-abang aku
Masih
sih ngasih.
ini.
Cuma Dedi aku nggak kasih. Kita biasanya ikut semua ya berempat ya.
Ini juga baru sadar. Tapi kamu sadar nggak mukaku berubah? Sedih.
Oh iya, kok bisa berubah sih?
Iya gara-gara ini, gara-gara ya siapa lagi?
Ya karena
Gara-gara diubah ininya. Apa digeser semua kan? Iya makanya mukaku berubah.
dari badai panjang dia bajunya kegeser, rambutnya kegeser semua.
Semuanya. Aku mau nangis rasanya.
Ngulang lagi dari awal dong.
Iya, parah, bener-bener ngulang. Sedih banget, semuanya nomornya hilang yang aku udah. Rasanya sedih banget.
Oke.
Ini
Cari lagi
bajuku.
info lagi ya.
Aku harus bibit koko berapa lama ini?
Katalog
Temen scroll 6 kali, 7 kali tadi. Tadi aku scroll 6 kali, 7 kali. Aduh sedih. Kak Kelly tadi habis ngapain aja?
Aku tadi arti berat semua, aku lagi nyari info-info.
Ini abang aku, abang tertua. Udah kenalan belum ya?
Iya, ngasih saya waktu itu
Ada
yang Iya.
Udah
Yang
deh.
di DOJ belum ketemu.
Ah, yang DOJ cewek.
beda.
Itu cewek. Iya, itu cewek. Itu yang apa, kakakku di atas setahun. Kan aku paling bontot. Yang ini paling tua.
Juga aku
Berapa kali aku lupa. Kita pernah ketemu.
pernah deh waktu gimana ya, bengkel kalau nggak salah.
Itu
Tadi
apa?
aku kenalin aku tuh DDRC ya, jadi dia motor juga kan. Siapa tahu kita bisa riding bareng, siapa tahu kita bisa berbisnis bareng mungkin ke depannya. Ya gimana? Oh, di matanya nggak ngeliat apa-apa ya?
Iya dong, kan nggak ada bajingannya. Cuman gayanya doang malah.
Ini cuma gaya doang.
Iya.
Enggak, tapi beneran mancing. Iya. Emang agak aneh. Sambil emot dong biar kelihatan. Ada nggak sih emot mancing? Ada bang. Nah. Biar kelihatan. Iya kan ya.
Katanya mau
Nah,
aku pancingannya 2.
iya nggak apa-apa, 2 aja udah. Iya, walaupun sebenarnya pancingannya cuma gede.
Panjang sih pancingannya.
Iya, panjang banget.
Gimana sih cara mancing? Lo mau bermancing mas?
Oh iya,
Udah ada pancingan belum?
belum ada.
Belum, ya udah beli.
Kalau yuk.
Aku beliin deh.
Dikasih aja. Atau nggak kasih punya aku aja nih.
Kamu ada udah
Oh, apa
itu
tuh?
bukan pancingannya?
Iya, ada. Yang
Oh, ya udah, kasih aja.
Nih, aku kasih.
Umpannya udah.
Kali kantong berapa?
Aku 1/1.
Udah belum? Ah, nih. Sama umpan.
Ini caranya gimana?
Umpannya dulu.
Enggak bayang aku nikah dulu.
Terus pancingannya taruh di jari-jarinya. Nah, baru
Jadi nomor berapa?
Nah,
Di nomor itu.
nah itu nanti tunggu. Nanti bakal muncul.
Main DBD sih.
Nah, pintar benar.
Walaupun ini kayak kakek nenek gitu, mamet.
Nanti kalau yang lambat tuh ikan yang murah, tapi kalau yang lembut, nah itu agak mahal tuh ikannya.
Oke. Lambat aja udah bisa.
Fisik manual nih namanya nih.
Betul. Bisa. Ini auto. Aku sudah serius mati. Itu ya ternyata.
Seru.
Tapi lebih seru daripada sisir deh, menurut aku.
Iya lagi, aku setuju. Bisa nggak sih baitnya kita taruh di ini jari-jari?
Oh nggak, baitnya nggak usah ditaruh.
Nggak usah ditaruh di jari-jari. Tinggal
buka.
Oh
enggak sekali aja, langsung kepake.
Oke.
Biasanya kalau ke riset itu karena di antara baitnya nggak ada, ganti bait atau nggak pingsan gitu.
benar.
Nama baru masuk kotak gitu bang, kayaknya yang harus dibius. Aku sambil makan sarapan.
Oke. Makan.
Aku ini aneh banget sih, aku live jam 1 pagi.
Ini di sana masih kali.
Iya, di sini baru jam 12:30 baru makan siang aku nih. Baru makan, itu belum sarapan kali ya. Mumpung lagi ada veda, udah ditagih mulu sama harus masuk kota kayak
Bahasa kota Artico
ini aduh rasanya Artico rasanya aku stres. Konsep Artico sebanyak itu masalahnya nomornya semuanya beda.
dari satu-satu lagi kan itu.
Iya, semuanya beda. Maupun ada baju baru gitu ya. Aku sedih sih, nomornya keganti soalnya. Jadi kayak aku stres. Karena aku save nomornya soalnya. Beberapa. Stres aku nyambut.
Kenapa tadi?
Oh, enggak, aku bilang aku stres gara-gara nomornya keganti. Kan aku emang tipe nomornya. Jadi kalau udah keganti, udah semua berubah.
Kegantinya aja. Jaraknya jauh-jauh lagi. Acak. Oke, itu biar musik. Ini sana dijual.
Iya, jual.
Terus tuh dia dan itu karena dia tuh ganti yang kayak ke base kayak semua kota punya gitu loh pakai. Jadi makanya mukaku pun berubah karena dia ngikutin mode apa. Iya, mukaku juga bang, kamu lihat punya muka aku yang Jepang banget yang dirapet gitu, ini berubah. Sedih.
Siapa teman? Operasi dan Artico.
Mukaku kayak ini kan deh, mukaku berubah banget. Udah bukan Yuki. Masih cakep, tapi kerutannya kelihatan.
Oh, kurang suntik botok setelah kurang. Perlu suntik lagi dia.
Apa?
Harus dikasih memang 3 bulan sekali.
Kalau apa? Nanti ini kalau ada waktu deh baru oplos lagi. Kalau misalnya dilihatin sebelah-sebelahan ya sama muka yang sebelumnya kelihatan banget bedanya. Nih, kalian mau lihat nggak? Kalian mau lihat nggak? Nih, aku kasih lihat di apa? Ini di atas. Ini lihat nih. Kok nggak bisa ditutup? Oh nih. Kayaknya
tahu ya.
Oke. Iya. Aku lagi dating ya, ada nantinya nggak apa-apa. Iya nanti parah banget soalnya bedanya. Kalau sebelahan parah banget. Ini tuh muka yang ini mirip banget sama muka aku di Moxie di kota kampung aku. Mukanya mirip banget sama yang ini. Bener-bener kayak kembar persis gitu. Tapi nggak se-Jepang yang kemarin kan?
Iya, dari Jepang yang kemarin aja.
Bener.
Itu pacar kamu nggak bangun-bangun juga? Kalian janjian?
Bukan pacar.
Sampai tapi pacar.
Bukan.
Nah, terus apa?
Kita nggak pacaran. Belum pacaran.
Itu udah apa otak juga?
Kayaknya nggak bakal pacaran.
Gak bakal. Serius?
Kayaknya seperti itu.
Naik kereta botak.